What? What a hell of a Tuesday, boys. What a hell of a Tuesday. Make it for once in my life. So, my God. What a Tuesday, boys. What a Tuesday. My mother's not here. She did not want to appear on the stream. Though she does say hello to the team. She does say hello, and we did talk at length. She hates us. No, she doesn't. You know my mom is weird, where she's always like, I don't want to be on camera, but I want people to hear me. Yes, but she says to tell the team hi. She has given me her takes. Given me her takes from the Democratic suburban white woman perspective. So don't worry. I will share her takes. Jacob, thank you for the 21 months. Madeline, thank you for the 12 months. Mandy, thank you for the 5 months. Boone, thank you for the 13. Elon, thank you for the 23 months. J. Marianne, thank you for the raid. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. Hello. Way to start off the stream. Yes, we love it. So yesterday, okay, you guys remember how I told you that my mom had called me so many times to be like, so we're going to the Bay Area for your uncle's 70s. Should we come to Los Angeles? And I said, yes, come to Los Angeles. She's like, okay, are you sure you want me to come? I was like, yes, come. And I said on stream, I was like, oh my God, my mom has said so many times, if she should come visit. And I've told her, yes, come visit. I blanked. I totally blanked on my parents being here in town after I had so sassily been like, yes, my mom has said this a million times. I was like, please come. So yesterday in the afternoon, I was sitting there, I was reading the news, and my mom calls. She's like, okay, we just got our rental car. Do you have anything, like, do we have a dinner reservation for tonight? I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God, my parents are here. You guys, I have streamer brain. I am so brain rotted. I am destroyed. So I quickly scrambled and it was like, okay, I'm gonna take Storm with my mom. And of course my mom was like, no, we don't want to get in the way. Like, you don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Beep, beep, boop, boop. She was like, don't worry about it. We don't want to get in the way of your stream. I said, no, you guys, you're my parents. I want to see you. So I ended up going to dinner with them. Will wanted to come to dinner, so he came to dinner too. And then today, okay, I continue to be the worst child ever. My mom, I texted my parents at like 3 a.m. I said, hey, do you guys want to go to the Grove? Do you want to go have lunch at the farmer's market? And I knew my parents were asleep, so they didn't answer. And then I had to get up really early because I had phone calls all day today. So I woke up, had this call, and I was exhausted. So I was like, oh, I'm just going to close my eyes. I'm going to close my eyes after. And I wake up and it's noon because my phone had died. Classic. My phone had died and I was like, oh my God. And I like got my phone charged and my mom had texted. She's like, we're at the Grove. Like, where are you? And then I got another text that was like, I'm sorry, I'm dying of hunger. I need to eat. So my parents ate and I called my mom. I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm the worst. She's like, oh, it's okay. It's not a big deal. She goes, but I am very exhausted now. So I have to go back home and rest. I am literally the worst daughter. So then I was like, oh my God. And then I had to jump on another call. And afterwards I called my parents, and my mom was like, well, we know you have your show. She calls this my show, which I love. You guys are the team and this is my show. She's like, well, we know you have your show. We don't want to get in the way. We don't want to get in the way. I was like, no, come over. Let's hang out. I feel terrible that I fell asleep and my phone died. Anyway, I'm like, please come over. She's like, no, we don't want to get in the way. And so I was like, okay, fine. All right. We hang up, and I was like, no, I want to see my parents. I really want to see my parents. So I called my mom back. I was like, will you please come over? She's like, of course we'll come over. She's like, but don't you have to do your show? I was like, it can wait. It's okay. I can be late to the show. The team will understand. So my parents came over, and we talked all about the news from today. We got balls to the walls, you guys. It's a huge day. It's a huge day in America. Buy this. You won't have to worry about your phone dying ever again. I have so many chargers. Oh, you brat. A Nokia stylish cell phone? Really? This is what I should get. I guess you're right. It will never die. This phone will never be dead. If I have this, I'm going back to this. I am. I'm bricked up. I'm going back to this phone. Yeah, I'm not doing the iPhones anymore. I thought this was going to be a charger. It's like, I have all those. I have all of them. Oh my gosh. So anyway, my mom was very against Shapiro. And so she was excited. She is excited about WALLZ, as a lot of people are. This is what she said, though. She goes, I just don't want him to overshadow Kamala, you know? As a woman, I was like, I'm going to stop you right there. Mama Khan is very concerned about his overshadowing of Kamala. I said, okay, it's a little too late, but it's actually good for her. It's very good that Kamala Harris chose Tim Walz. And yes, I'm sure there are some people now who are like, maybe I'd rather have Tim Walz as president, but it's not going to overshadow her because he is a huge asset to Kamala. It's very good. It's a good thing. Yes, she needed somebody like Tim Walz, who policy-wise is pretty similar to Kamala. I mean, I would say they've served in different positions, but what he's done as governor has been pretty progressive. But so they don't really differ policy, but what it is who he is, who Tim Walz is. He is the antithesis to not just Kamala, but all career politicians. Tim Walz is the first vice president since like 1964 who didn't go to law school. Do you guys realize how insane that is? It's something like 50% of politicians in Congress went to law school. Tim Walz is a guy. He's a Midwest dude. He's a normal, everyday man who is truly not just the best antithesis to the Trump and Vance ticket, but also to Kamala, but in a good way. Because now what the Democratic Party can, like, there's no way to continue arguing that the Democratic Party is not for working people when you have Tim motherfucking Walz, who is the most blue collar working class dude in America. I mean, Will Neff is so back on the fact that he was a football coach. Will texted me and said, Walz is a football guy. I'm so back. And I was like, okay, how many shirts would Hulk Hogan have to rip for you to be back on MAGA? He's like, it'd have to be a lot. Will's a simple guy. Will's a simple guy. People who don't understand that this is a joke or be like, Wait, Will's actually MAGA? Will decided not to be MAGA because Tim Walz is a football guy? Oh my gosh, this is perfect. This is so funny. I didn't even know that Will was also in the chat. We must have both pulled up Hassan's stream at the same time. And I wrote, "Oh fuck, oh shit, the live in me is coming back from the grave." And Will wrote, "Football is back, baby." Does this mean that we commented at the same time? Is that how they got that screenshot? Like, is that what that means? That's crazy, you guys. Do you think that's edited? I don't know. Well, let's just say it's true. Let's say it's true. That's wild. I mean, regardless, we did pull up the stream at the same time without knowing that the other had pulled up the stream to put a comment in. It's probably edited, but I'll pretend it's not. Yeah, me too. Caroline Kwan and Will Neff are the two wolves inside of me watching this speech. Yeah, look, you guys. Look. Let me just say, okay, I understand that this is not something where the excitement over someone like Tim Walz means that we are dropping the ball, especially on the issue of Palestine and Gaza, Palestine and Israel. I know. Okay. I understand. I'm not libbed up. I mean, I'm libbed up today, but I'm not libbed up in the way that I used to be, where I would be like, that doesn't matter. This is what's important. Everybody needs to shut up. But I also think it's important to recognize that this is ostensibly the Democratic Party listening to people on the left. I don't think that it's just online leftists yelling about somebody like Josh Shapiro, but I do think that what people have been saying in the aftermath of Joe Biden dropping out, which again, that was a move that came from us being pissed off that Joe Biden was our nominee. Was it the only deciding factor? Of course not. Of course not. But it's okay to bullying works. Bullying works. And it is okay to be excited about somebody like Tim Walz over somebody like Josh Shapiro or Mark Kelly, you know? I'm seeing people on socials expressing they're finally feeling a morsel. Hope it can't make you complacent, but it's nice to acknowledge it. Right. And look, we are not centrists. We are not just interested every election in winning and in maintaining the status quo. Progressivism is, it's working to shape the Democratic Party and push the Democratic Party to the left and have people who are actually enacting progressive policies. Because the thing is, economic progressive policies are popular in this country. And the thing that Tim Walz is so good at is he is a guy who's like, I don't do labels. Tim Walz doesn't do labels. What he calls his policies, what he calls things that we as progressives care about, is being neighborly, is caring about people. It's not radical. It's not extreme. And he also is smart in that he doesn't call it socialism. He doesn't call it communism. Like, the accusations that people on the right will throw at people like Bernie Sanders, who also is like a supporter of policies that Tim Walz has passed and is for. Bernie Sanders gets labeled a communist, right? A dirty socialist. But Tim Walz, because of who he is, and because he's always been a guy who's just like, he's not about labels. He's about like being able to pass these policies in a Midwestern state like Minnesota to help working class families, working class folks in his state. Who wants to hate on the neighborly party? Exactly. Feels like he's humanizing politics. Yeah, and WALLZ is not he's not a careerist, you know? He's not a guy who seems like a politician. He genuinely seems like a person who is working to make people's lives better. And I think that that is what is appealing to him. Of course, there are there are criticisms to be found, to be had on WALLZ's record, as with every politician. But it's interesting that one thing, like, oh my God, just watching the right scramble to criticize this man, scramble to like tear this man down, and coming up so short. Like I tweeted this earlier. This is what they have right now. Hashtag tampon Tim. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work, you fucking freak. You are not beating the freak allegations when this is what you post. Oh, Tim Walz made menstrual products free in public schools. Wow, that sounds like a dub to me. You're weird for this. This one's my favorite. This is Tim Walz's family. Looks normal. What's the problem here? Just sharing. We'll let others find problems. Oh my God, Dragon Llama. Sheesh. Dragon Llama, thank you so much for the 50 community subs. My goodness. Thank you. No, Farley. No. I know. Shh. No. Fast Bucket Eddie, thank you for the prime. No, Farley. Come here. You wanna talk about what? Do you want to give your thoughts on politics? He's excited about the 50 community subs. Yes, that is true. Okay, this is a perfect example of how brain broken these people are. Just sharing will let others find problems if there are any. The desperation is so clear. They are so desperate. They're like, oh yeah, I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with this, but don't worry, we will find something wrong with this. Oh, I know the thing that's wrong with this. These children were conceived using IVF. Oh, you think that that's going to be a problem? Interesting, because it's going to be a problem, but for somebody like JD Vance. Here's Tim Walz, a regular Midwestern dude who had trouble conceiving with his wife. And so they turned to IVF and successfully had 2 children using IVF, just like thousands of Americans have. Yep. Like, what you gonna do here? Are you gonna try to transvestigate them? You know the transvestigation is coming, you guys. They're transvestigating everybody. They are transvestigating Kyle Rittenhouse. They are also they're reverse transvestigating Dylan Mulvaney. They are reverse transvestigating Dylan Mulvaney. This is how they've come so far that they have now done a circle. It's a circle. Transvestigators have reverse transvestigated Dylan Mulvaney to conclude she must have been born a woman, forcibly transitioned to male as a kid, then transitioned into female in adulthood. Amazing stuff. A transvestigation Ouroboros. I see soft female clavicles despite the crazy low body fat and a female neck on this probable double flipper. Brow ridge and 5 o'clock shadow are easily added via surgery and hormones. Energy from eyes screams female as well. ... Thoughts? Man, all these people are just like horny. That's how it comes across. Like horny and weird. Possible female, male, female. There are other body markers to look at as well. Shoulder to hip ratio, leg and arm length, the way their stride and strut presents itself. Sometimes it is very hard because some children are being transitioned before they hit puberty. Yes, that is my theory, that she was denied puberty, which kept the hips narrow and the hormones possibly helped grow the limbs long. I mean, talk about Stranger Things, okay? Like, this is the real Stranger Things. I love how many biologists and scientists and just medical experts now exist online of people who aren't at all, but talk in the way that they absolutely are. Shoulder to hip ratio, leg and arm length. Like, y'all are, we can't say it enough. We cannot say it enough. Y'all are so weird. This is true mental illness. Truly, you are looking at it right in front of your eyes. And I could not stop dying. I didn't cover this because I wasn't streaming, but the Kyle Rittenhouse, as soon as, like, for the 5 minutes that Kyle Rittenhouse said that he wasn't going to support Donald Trump because Donald Trump was not strong enough on protecting the Second Amendment, but now he's changed. Don't worry, he's back to supporting Donald Trump. They were doing PSYOP, transvestigation, crisis actor type of shit. There's these ideas come from transphobes who believe all actors and actresses in the lead are trans. Their only friends are only transphobes. Other transphobes on Twitter and in Facebook groups. And the thing is, here's the thing: when weirdos like Chaya Raichik and, you know, all those dumb fucks on the right who have made a career out of this fear-mongering, hate speech, targeted harassment, when JD Vance and Republicans lean into that stuff, it's not good for them. Because here's the thing: are the craziest people online going to eat this type of shit up? Are they going to eat up the gender affirming care? Like, Tim Walz is mutilating children. The craziest people online eat this right up. It's breakfast, lunch, and dinner for them. But your average American voter, okay, the people who both parties have to appeal to in order to win this election, that is not what is going to win them over. And the more that Tim Walz and the Democrats lean into this, here's a simple argument as to why we support reproductive rights and trans rights. And basically the nexus of it is that people who don't are very creepy of how obsessed they are over controlling children and controlling women. It's done. It's over. Like, that's it. That's all. And this is what made Tim Walz explode. Tim Walz, look, nationally, still very low name recognition. That is changing. That is going to keep changing. They're going to be, really pumping out ads. Tim Walz is going to be all over the place. But even with that obscurity, in the last couple weeks, his political star has exploded because of the video where he, because of the interview that he did on Morning Joe, where he, this is before there was like serious talk about him being a VP candidate. It is this one.
Robber barons like JD Vance.
And this is what stuck. This has been huge. And what this is a rejection as well. What the shift that we are seeing in the Democratic Party is a rejection of the when they go low, we go high. Thank you, Michelle Obama, for that. That has been a thorn in the side of the Democratic Party, this like civility politics, like, oh, well, surely if we just tell the American people, how we are really the ones who care about them, they'll see that. No, you have to call these people freaks. You have to call these freaks freaks. You have to just keep being like, you're weird, you're so weird. And then also, here are my policies. Here are like how we're actually helping working class family members or working class families. Shwarma, thank you for 13. Katie, thank you for the gifted. Say it like it is. So let's just go back in time to 2.5 weeks ago because, my God, so much has happened. WALLZ was genuinely the dark horse in this race. When I did my VP, tier list and he popped up, I was like, yeah, sure. I think I put him in the why not category because at the time, he still was relatively obscure. He wasn't being talked about. I think he's a guy who if you know who he is, you tend to like him, like whether, you know, it's on just personality, policy, or both. I think personality wise, I think like who he is at his core is extremely appealing. Even, you know, even if people don't find themselves lining up with his ideology, but he's very likable. Yes, he's very likable. He's a very salt of the earth Midwestern guy. Mike from PA knew. Yeah, this was a Mike was right moment. I'll give that to Mike. Mike was right. But anyway, this was the interview.
Now let's go to Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz. He is the chair of the Democratic Governors Association and the co-chair of the DNC Rules Committee, which tomorrow will set the dates for the nominating process. Thanks so much for being with us. Donnie Deutsch is with us on set in New York.
And here's where I think the internet played a part, okay? When this clip went viral, when this interview went viral, everyone was like, oh my God, yes! People started unearthing other Tim Walz moments. They started learning who Tim Walz was. So as like Josh Shapiro and Mark Kelly, Pete Buttigieg, Gretchen Whitmer, all these names that were being talked about a lot more as potential VP hopefuls, as that was going on, the internet was finding out who Tim Walz was. And he had an enormous surge. And so many people were like, wait a second, Tim Walz is the man, dude.
That's the first question, Donnie.
Governor, nice to chat with you. Minnesota, which for decades, of course, has gone very blue. All of a sudden, the Republicans think that it could be in play, that it could be a toss-up state. Obviously, the Democrats in tremendous transition over the last few days. I'll be your response to that.
Yeah, a lot of transition in the right way, Donnie. Good to see you all this morning. I agree.
Oh my God, the Democratic Party is trans. You guys, the Democratic Party is trans. The Democratic Party has transitioned. See, they are trying to trans the kids.
With everything JB said, except best place in America to be. Sitting here in Minneapolis today, the excitement is palatable. And look, the Rules Committee is going to get this thing done. As JB said, there's huge excitement. If it's any indication, my 17 and 23-year-old kids said TikTok's on fire. They're back engaged. You can feel it. The donors are back. And look, Minnesota's always closer than people think. But look, since 72, we've made the right pick. We made the right pick with Mondale. We're going to stick with making sure that that President Harris will come through Minnesota. We'll deliver our 10 electoral votes.
Governor, it's Lauren Leader. I wanted to ask you, I think that Minnesota is such an interesting sort of analogy for the country, right? You've got the big cities, you've got rural parts of the state, and you have been steadily moving to be this blue Democratic trifecta. What have you learned in bringing together the rural and the urban voters in your state that you think the Harris campaign can use to really engage some parts of America that have really turned quite red, particularly the rural parts of the country? What should they take from the Minnesota story?
Yeah, so remember, guys, when Tim Walz first entered Congress, Tim Walz's background, as I'm sure a lot of you know, he is a veteran. He served for like 24 years. But big difference is that he wasn't an officer. Like a lot of times people in Congress, politicians in Congress, were high-ranking officers. He was actually a soldier. He was in the reserves, so he never actually like fought because it's basically like, oh, if you need to get called in, you got to get called in. But it is an important distinction that he wasn't an officer. He was actually a soldier. Like he's an actual man who, you know, enlisted at 17, and that made him, I believe, like he's the highest ranking member of Congress who was a soldier. Yes, former vet here. He finished as a command sergeant major. Enlisted folks love non-commissioned officers like Walz. Exactly. Which is a juxtaposition to J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, who, you know, has tried to tout like, oh, I'm a military guy. Anyway.
Yeah,
so veteran, he was a teacher And it was when he was a teacher that he decided to run for Congress. The district, which is Minnesota's first congressional district, the district that he won, hadn't been won by a Democrat in 10 years. So it was huge. It's a very rural district. Tim Walz comes in. He's a man of the people. He's a geography teacher. He's a football coach. He's a football coach, you guys. And he wins. And he served in Congress for 12 years. And now he is on his second term as governor.
West is the key. And look, I represented, Joe was talking about Steve King. My district bordered Steve King's. And on the other side was Michelle Bachmann. What I know is that people like J.D. Vance know nothing about small town America.
Yep.
My town had 400 people in it, 24 kids in my graduating class, 12 were cousins, and he gets it all wrong. It's not about hate. It's not about collapsing in. The golden rule there is mind your own damn business. Their policies are what destroyed rural America. They've divided us. They're in our exam rooms. They're telling us what books to read. And I think
you literally could not have a better contrast to J.D. Vance than Tim Walz. He is the perfect contrast to J.D. Vance. And here's a crazy thing, okay? If you look at the Republican ticket and you look at the Democratic ticket, which ticket is the one who has two former Ivy Leaguers? It is the Republican ticket. Both J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, Ivy League school. I mean, Donald Trump, like, just fucking billionaire. But you now have Tim Walz, who went to state school and who worked at a public school. And then Kamala Harris, who went to an HBCU. So this is what I mean when the attack of, oh, the Democrats are the party of the elite. The Democrats don't care about working class families. The Democrats are elite. Not this guy. You cannot say anything that you will about Tim Walz. One thing for sure you can't say is that this man is elite, that this man is an Ivy League, snobby, elite, out of touch politician, careers, blah, blah. Nope. No, you can't. You cannot.
I think what Kamala Harris knows is bringing people together around the shared values, strong public schools, strong labor unions that create the middle class, healthcare that's affordable and accessible. Those are the things. You look what they're talking about. They went right to division. They did not give us a plan on healthcare. Donald Trump talked about infrastructure. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris built bridges, built roads. So I think this is going back to the bread and butter, getting away from this division. We do not like what has happened where we can't even go to Thanksgiving dinner with our uncle because you end up in some weird fight that is unnecessary.
He literally says his family was saved by social safety nets after his dad passed. Yes, Walz is a guy who, because of his experiences as a soldier, because of his experience as a teacher, because of like his own struggles with healthcare and his family and his dad dying, like he has taken his real life experience, which so many people in this country can relate to, and he became he got into politics to actually change those things. Again, Walz is not a perfect guy. There are definitely things to critique him on. Certainly the right will not critique him on the things that I think he should be critiqued on. But as far as him representing America, him being a guy who genuinely resembles the country that he is looking to lead here, you can't find anybody better. You cannot find anybody who is more representative of the very people whose votes both parties are desperately appealing to. He sounds poggers. Hopefully he doesn't end up like Fetterman. No. He won't end up like Fetterman. He's been in office for a lot longer than Fetterman has been. his first campaign. Okay, we'll look at that after this.
And I think bringing back people together. Well, it's true. These guys are just weird.
Yes. Okay. Here it is.
They're running for He-Man Women Haters Club or something. That's what they go at. That's not what people are interested in. And there is angst because robber barons like J.D. Vance and Donald Trump gutted the Midwest, told us we didn't do that. They talk about private schools. Where in the heck are you going to find a private school in a town of 400? Those are public schools. Those are great teachers that are out there making a difference and gave us an opportunity to succeed. That angst that J.D. Vance talks about in Hillbilly Elegy, none of my hillbilly cousins went to Yale, and none of them went on to be venture capitalists or whatever. It's not who people really are. So I think that message doesn't resonate. You saw it yesterday.
Yeah,
the energy out here exploded.
Look, he's so good. He is so good. When is the VP debate? Well, first of all, as far as the presidential debate, how about Donald Trump being like, I will debate Kamala only on Fox News. She was like, fine, go for it. I don't know. I don't think anything has been set quite yet. If there's new news, then let me know. I haven't seen anything set yet. What was the other thing I was going to say? Okay, here's what's also very effective about WALLZ. He doesn't speak like a politician. I think one thing that the Democrats have struggled so much with is the way that they speak. And you look at the Pete Buttigieg's, you look at the Hillary Clintons, you look at these like very highly educated, okay, like, extremely educated people who are trying to talk about working class families and trying to talk about what like the what's good for Americans, but they don't know how to get to the heart of it. Like there's a reason why there's a reason why Tim Walz is so appealing and someone like Hillary Clinton is not, because Hillary can't speak the language. Same like Pete Buttigieg. It's all about like, it's like policy wonky, blah, blah, blah. And on top of that, talking about how like democracy is on the ballot and all this shit. But they don't know how to how to cut through all of that and talk straight to people. Tim Walz knows how to do that because he is one of the people. This is not, and this is not me saying that if you go to Ivy League school, if you have a law degree, like it doesn't, I'm not saying that means that you can't care about people, but we're talking about politics and we're talking about messaging. Tim's patois is of the everyman. He speaks to people in a way that they understand. And it's such a breath of fresh air from how the Democratic Party has been operating. And what we've seen from Kamala Harris and Tim Walz's ticket is that once again, Hillary Clinton was the reason that she lost.
Coach Walz, baby! Coach Walz, #1 state title! Woo! We're going to the Super Bowl! Yeah!
You're a very simple man. You're
Football
a simple
boys
man
are
who
back.
knows what he likes.
We got football back in the White House. Gerald Ford paved the road for football players to get in the White House, baby. It's 4th and long. We're drawing up a play, X's and O's. Waltz to the Super Bowl, baby. Woo!
Thank you. I'm so glad you're back. Despite Hulk Hogan ripping t-shirts.
Hulk Hogan's t-shirts can't compare to Coach Walz, baby. We're punching it in. We're on the goal line.
Here you have it, folks. The average American voter, Will Neff, who represents America. You've heard it here first. I unironically think he should go on a podcast tour during football season just talking ball. All right, let me I'll get to this. Let me finish this. So anyway, back to what I was saying, where Tim Walz cuts through all that shit. He speaks like a regular person. He knows how to talk to Americans. He knows how to convey the ideas of the Democratic Party. He knows how to, he knows how to make popular economic policies popular with people. Like, that's the disconnect, right? Is that these economic policies, paid, universal child care, paid family and sick leave, increased child tax credit, free child lunches, all of these things that Tim Walz has done. These are popular with American voters. It's just when they get all torn up and twisted around and labeled as radicalism, as labeled as extreme leftist, socialism, communism, voters don't understand that this is good for them. But yes, he makes it digestible. He is a very effective communicator.
All broke fundraising records, but that's not what I look at. Door knocks are full. Phone banks are full. People are talking about what's possible. We are finally on offense about an America where we're all together. So good. Have Orban down to Florida. The vice president will come out here and stand in a Planned Parenthood. She stands in a Planned Parenthood clinic in St. Paul. That's what people want to see.
All right. Send that man on the road. I hope you're planning to spend some time in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania over the next several months. Thank you so much, Democratic Governor.
I am in Chicago.
And Chicago, of course.
Chicago. JB's picking up the tab, so I'm there. I'm there to his party.
I hear.
Do you know what also worked in his favor? When he was making media appearances and they were going viral, he didn't come across like some of the other VP hopefuls as if he was auditioning for the job. And I think that also played a part in it. Like, Tim Walz didn't seem desperate. He didn't seem like, oh, I'm so clearly gunning for the job of VP and I'm going to play that part here. And you guys, this election is about vibes. Let's just remember that. This election is about vibes. And the vibes that Tim Walz gave off were superior vibes. It also turns out that allegedly, Farley, I'm coming. Okay, hold on. Yes, okay. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. What was I saying? It turns out that Josh Shapiro, who most likely was the leading pick, had his one-on-one interview with Kamala, and apparently she was very put off. So this is what I mean by vibes. Shapiro gave Kamala the ick. Yes. My guess is that because he is such a careerist, this is not a guy you can trust, right? This is a guy who was against school choice and then tried to walk back on it. He does not, he's not as bad as JD Vance as far as, turning on a dime when it comes to what he believes in. But like the weird trying to be Barack Obama, hearing how he speaks, it was very Obama coded. The way that he has just very clearly been, looking at things from a personal career advantage, it turned people off. And I think in his meeting with Kamala, he gave off bad vibes. Because Shapiro had a preemptive ad with him being her VP ticket. Yeah, I think the vibes were so off. And this is a vibes-based election. Growing up, I learned to be generous towards my neighbors, compromise without compromising my values, and to work for the common good. Kamala Harris and I both believe in that common good, in that fundamental promise of America. We're ready to fight for it. And like she says, when we fight, we win. So this is the first ad.
Is as much about the lessons you learn as the lessons you teach.
I mean, bro, come on, dudes. He's teach. He's teach. He's coach and he's teach. I mean, come on. The music.
When I grew up, community was a way of life. My high school class was 24 people. I was related to half of them. I learned to be generous towards my neighbors, compromise without compromising my values, and work for the common good. My dad was in the Army, and with his encouragement, I joined the Army National Guard when I was 17. I served for 24 years. I used my GI benefits to go to college and become a public school teacher. I coached football and taught social studies for...
This, do you know what Will and I said earlier? This feels like a Disney Channel movie. I'm not even kidding. Everything about Tim Walz and what has happened, what has shifted in the last couple weeks feels like a Disney Channel movie. This doesn't feel real. Like, couldn't have scripted this any better. Coach Walz, are you kidding me? Coach Walz
for 20 years. And I tried to teach
Created
my students
in a
what
lab.
small-town Nebraska taught me: respect, compromise, service to country. And so when I went into government, that's what I carried with me. I worked with Republicans to pass an infrastructure bill, cut taxes for working families, signed paid leave into law. I codified abortion rights after Roe got overturned. Because I go to work...
Yeah, Minnesota was the first state to codify abortion rights after the Dobbs decision. Like,
for the common good. But enough about me. Let's talk about you, because that's what this election is about. It's about your future. It's about your family. And Vice President Harris knows that. She too grew up in a middle-class family. She too goes to work every day, making sure families can not just get by, but get ahead. We believe in the promise of America, in those values I learned in Nebraska, and we're ready to fight for them. Because as Kamala Harris says, when we fight, we win.
yeah,
Sometimes
it's perfect. That's what I have to say. It is perfect. Walz is a man of the people. Like, his resume could not have been created any more perfectly in the lab to demonstrate that he is one of the people and will be, and has spent his life working for people. And going back to what I was talking about with the rhetoric of the Democratic Party, look, democracy's on the ballot. Trump is an existential threat. Blah, 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 blah. This is rhetoric that Democrats have been using for the last 8 years. And even though, yes, a lot of people feel this, it's not as effective as what Walz does. He is able to he's able to express that, but in a way that doesn't feel like just words, and it doesn't feel like this grandiose, sweeping speech about how important democracy is, which that does, like, people will listen to that and go, yeah, okay, what are we supposed to do? Or like, what else do you guys have? What else do you have for us? He taught social studies so well, his high schoolers predicted the Rwandan genocide. Yeah, this is a crazy, crazy story. I'm telling you, everything like this that comes out on Walz, I'm like, this is a movie. In 1993, Representative Tim Walz of Minnesota, then a high school geography teacher in Nebraska, had his class do an exercise in which they ended up predicting the Rwandan genocide the following year. Tim Walz and one of his former students, Travis Hoffman, talk with John Yudisti about the prediction. Like, my God. What was it about Rwanda at the time that made the students conclude that it had the greatest risk of descending into genocide? Well, they were looking at things like per capita incomes, differences in wealth. They were looking at colonial histories, colonial interventions. And I think one of the things that stood out so much to them was that a long-standing division along ethnic lines, with one group of people receiving favoritism in the colonial aspect, and then tension starting to grow in an economy that was struggling, might set the framework for this. Because there's no set group of metrics that you can exactly parallel to each of these genocides, but there were some when they took a look at historical ones, but whether it be Armenia, Cambodia, and of course the Holocaust. They saw some of these things seem to reemerge, and then that one, I think, really struck them. Yeah, sounds familiar. After they made this determination, genocide struck in Rwanda. How did they respond to the news about these terrible killings when it came? It was a mixture of that kind of insightful epiphany moment that there could be things to be gathered from the past. There could be things that we could anticipate. There was also, I think, a real sense of maybe failure as a world community. And they felt a part of that in terms of, we understood this was a possibility. Surely someone else did too. And asking, why didn't anyone do anything? What they started to understand was that the potential lays almost anywhere. It is wild that this was in the 90s, that this was before the Rwandan genocide, but that this can also be applied to what is happening in Palestine. Like, if you didn't know that this was, if you didn't know that this was 30 something years old, you might think that these are words that are being applied to the conditions in Gaza today. Yeah, that's absolutely wild, man. Holy shit.
Sometimes life is as much a
okay, this was also, I think, one of his best moments. This was one where a lot of people became aware of him. A lot of people became aware of him and went, wait a second. This guy seems like he should be the guy. Now, of course, Tim Walz, like everybody in the Democratic Party, is pro-Israel. That is just that is the party stance. That is, the United States of America's stance. But the question is, within that sphere of being pro-Israel, there's like three people who aren't, right? Within that sphere of being pro-Israel, there is pro-Israel in that, yep, that's that's just been the policy for decades. That's how it goes. And then there's those who are like pro-genocide, who think Palestinians are not human beings, who do not give a shit about anything that's happening to them. To like condemn protesters the way that Josh Shapiro did and liken them to the KKK. So there is absolutely a spectrum there. Nuance? I thought it was all black and white. Right. And I think people who are not wanting to be excited over the choosing of Tim Walz are mostly, I think the criticism is coming from the fact Tim Walz is pro-Israel. And yes, because that is the United States of America's long-standing policy. The question here is like pushing this to the left and finding people who are going to actually consider Palestinians and voters in America who care about Palestinians to consider them. That is really important. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be incremental change. Yeah. Look, again, I will always maintain that nobody gets to tell Palestinians how to feel about what is happening in American politics. But I also think that you probably wouldn't vote for Kamala regardless if you feel that strongly about Palestine, which is 100% you're right. Yeah, absolutely. Like if Palestine is it, then yes, it is 100% you're right. And I understand. But I do think it is important to discuss this spectrum when talking about Israel and Palestine in American politics. I just got here. Permission to be libbed up. Permission granted. So this is the clip of Tim Walz talking about the uncommitted vote in Michigan that had a lot of people feeling hopeful, being like, oh my God, you mean this isn't a guy who's just straight up demonizing student protesters? This isn't a guy who's demonizing uncommitted voters, who's demonizing Arab American voters in Michigan?
Of the vote going to uncommitted, and we've seen that already in this primary in Michigan. What message are voters in your state trying to send to President Biden, and what do you want to see President Biden do in response?
Yeah, look, they're engaged. We're really proud in Minnesota. Civic responsibility. We have some of the highest voter turnouts. These are voters that are deeply concerned, as we all are. The situation in Gaza is intolerable.
Like, I think we have to remember that this is huge progress. And I know it is not something that we can just hang our hat up and be like, great, problem fixed. Of course not. I would never purport to like take that position. Go, great, okay, all good, Palestinians, over and out. But the fact that we have somebody who is now possibly going to be the vice president, who recognizes what so many have been trying to get politicians to see for the past 11 months, but also for years, for decades.
And I think trying to find a solution, a lasting two-state solution, certainly the president's move towards humanitarian aid and asking us to get to a ceasefire, that's what they're asking to be heard, and that's what they should be doing. We've gone through this before, and we know that now we make sure we've got 8 months. We start bringing these folks back in. We listen to what they're saying. That's a healthy thing that's happening here. But I would note that the former president lost twice as many votes here in Minnesota to Nikki Haley. And I've seen some of these exit polls out of North Carolina and others. 80% of folks said they're not voting for him who voted for Nikki Haley. We'll get these folks back. I think it's take them seriously. Their message is clear that they think this is an intolerable situation and that we can do more. And I think the president's hearing that.
Yeah, and look, I know the bar is in absolute hell. I get it. I know the bar is in hell, but this is still good. Like this, it's not just the bar's in hell, so anything that's not in hell is good. Like this is not just an acknowledgement of these voters who voted uncommitted and voters who also, you know, feel the same way, even if they weren't part of the uncommitted movement. It's not just, but saying that they are correct too. Like, yes, they are correct. This situation is intolerable. It is not okay. And so not only do they need to be listened to because they are voting uncommitted, but they need to be listened to because this is morally wrong. Ceasefire means nothing, though. I'm indifferent to Israel and Palestine. All right. Well, I'm just going to stop you right there. I don't think that is a morally good position to have, to be indifferent to Israel and Palestine. And so, and you know, if you're posing these questions, but you are indifferent to what is happening to Palestinians, I think you need to first start with not being indifferent there. And a ceasefire does mean a lot. And that is why Israel has been an obstacle to the ceasefire because of what it means. Anyway, all right, let's just keep going. Thank you, RNC Research. Thank you, RNC Research. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness.
Make the case. And for one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness.
Like, yeah, this is perfect.
We can get out there, reach out, make the case. And for one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighbor.
Like, oh my God, RNC Research, you are posting dubs. All of the right, they just keep posting dubs. They just keep posting dubs. They're like, look at this man. And actually, Tim Walz is very smart, where he's like, he goes, so you have a problem with the word socialism. Do you have a problem with the concept of neighborliness? When I actually explain to you what we're doing here, do you really find it that problematic? Or are you like, oh, actually, I get that. I get that. I'm for that. Wait, this is good for me. Wait, I care about my neighbors, and I want my neighbors to care about me. Jesus Christ, it's so simple. It's so crazy. It is so crazy that Democrats have failed spectacularly at conveying this message, because they have people like Pete fucking Buttigieg, who's all about being esoteric and intellectual and talking about history and like, oh, this happened in Rome and blah, blah. No one gives a fuck, Pete. No one cares. Everyone hates you. It's style over substance. Absolutely. Yes. And what I was saying before Will came in to shout football, America, balls to the ball, balls to the walls, is that Hillary Clinton would have picked Josh Shapiro. Don Drooch. Dr. Ooch. Drooch. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5 community gifted subs. I love you, B. Thank you for the 14 months. Hillary Clinton would have picked Josh Shapiro. And Hillary Clinton's problem was Hillary Clinton. And we knew that. We know that. But it's even more apparent that she was a bad candidate. She ran a bad campaign. She was a bad candidate. And that is because Hillary Clinton is of the, elite, long-standing Democratic Party members. They've been in office forever. They are career politicians. They had an absolute inability to appeal to working class people simply because of the vibes that they gave off, the way that they talked, the vibes. Like, I know I'm coming across as kind of elementary here, but we have to understand how important that is. Yeah. Like, it is something where Americans will listen to you if you speak their language and if they believe you, if they trust that you are actually one of them. And people like Pete, people like Hillary, even Kamala, Joe Biden, they struggle with that because they don't have the background that Tim Walz has. Americans care a lot about politicians' backgrounds before they got into politics, especially when they are running for president and vice president of America, like of the country. It is important. It is really, really huge. Okay, I wanted to show this clip as well. So this was Tim.
Hi, my name is Tim Walz, and I'm running for Congress here in southern Minnesota.
This is him talking about why he believes healthcare is a human right.
For several important reasons. But today I'd like to tell you about one issue that's very personal to me. I am a retired command sergeant major in the Minnesota National Guard, and after years of firing artillery, I sustained severe inner ear damage. Because I have good health insurance provided through my employer, I was able to have surgery on my ear. As my ear healed, my hearing was gradually restored. One morning several weeks after the surgery, I awoke to a sound I couldn't identify. I asked my wife what I was hearing, and she told me, "Tim, that's your 4-year-old daughter, Hope." You see, Hope wakes up singing every morning, but I had never heard that sound until that day. I'm running for Congress because I believe we as a country have a moral obligation to ensure that every father can hear his daughter sing, that every citizen receives the best care our medical community has to offer. I'm Tim WALLZ, and I approve this message because I've heard how important healthcare is to everyone.
Yes. So another example of how Tim WALLZ uses his experience as a regular everyday American who has to live in, who lives under this system where healthcare is not a fundamental human right, and how it affected him, like how having access to healthcare changed his life, and how that informed him when he decided to get into politics. Like, all of this together is very effective. Yeah, no, I posted this. I didn't finish going through. Hold on a second. Yeah, these were four different attacks that I saw. The Tampon Tim. And as a reminder, in case you missed it when I said it earlier, Tampon Tim comes from the fact that Tim WALLZ signed a bill that makes menstrual products free in public schools in both male and female designated bathrooms. Oh my God. Oh no, it's so over. It's over, you guys. It's Jover. And then, yeah, we've got, we'll let others find problems if there are any. Oh, Jesus. It's finished. It's done. Just blatant Islamophobia here. Like, Tim WALLZ posting with Ilhan Omar, who is a congresswoman from Minnesota. They're from the same fucking state. Trump War Room just posted this. This is how deeply racist they are. Posted without caption, as in, oh yeah, no, we'll be able to see through the like no caption needed for the racism, which, yeah, no caption is needed because we know what you're saying here. Oh no, it's so over. Oh God, Tim WALLZ is finished. Is done. There's no shot. And then we have Ben Shapiro. Meet Tim WALLZ, who lives in a van down by the river. Oh no, you're comparing him to Chris Farley in one of the most famous, loved SNL sketches of all time, starring one of the most beloved comedians of all time. Oh God, how are we ever going to recover from this? And this is a photo of Tim WALLZ in a classroom as the governor on one knee. Like, oh my gosh, we're finished. That's it. How do you come back from this? You don't. You don't come back from this. Puffball MN, thank you for the 4 months. They are floundering so hard, and I think half of the likes on all these posts are from people like us who are going, keep it up, please. Keep it up. This is so good. You are doing free promo. You are literally doing free promo. You are posting W after W. So keep going. I'll give you your like. I'll make you think that you're cooking here. I'll make you think that you are really coming up with an effective attack strategy. Keep going. A purple shirt? What could that mean? XL Macro, thank you for the 4 months. Duke Ranger Mac, thank you for the 11 months. They call him Tampon Tim when Timpon was right there. I know. I'm actually very disappointed. I'm quite disappointed. Okay, another great thing about Tim WALLZ, he has been very open about the fact that his kids have been a huge part of his role as first a congressman and now governor. He has 2 children, again, conceived through IVF, which is going to be a great contrast to J.D. Vance's outlaw IVF. IVF is evil, blah, blah, blah. These are his IVF kids, yes. And they are Generation Z. And Tim is a dad. And he's a dad who listens to his children. One big thing is that Tim WALLZ, up until 2018, had an A rating from the NRA. Tim WALLZ, he's a veteran. He's pro Second Amendment. He's a gun owner. He had an A rating from the NRA. Parkland happened. Yeah, he's from a rural district. He's a rural guy. Parkland happened, and his daughter, Hope, had a conversation with him. And she said, Dad, you are the only politician I know. And we have to do something about, I need you to do something about gun violence. And so Tim has talked about this. He said that he listened to his daughter and realized that, he needed to advocate for common sense gun laws. So he did. And the NRA dumped him and got rid of their A rating. And it's just an example of how, again, here's a guy who, family man. He's a dad. He's got 2 kids. And he also listens to his kids. And this has been a big thing in his messaging. Like when he talks about trans kids, when he talks about why he passed gender affirming care. He always talks about how important it is to listen to kids. He's like, how can we be out here fighting, pretending to advocate for children, pretending to do what's best for children, and we don't even listen to children. When children talk to us, we need to listen to them. This is what they are experiencing. They are not in a position where they are the ones making the decisions because they're children. But they are in a position where they are experiencing what is, what they experience in life, from gun violence to gender dysphoria to, climate change. There are so many things that kids experience that adults do the opposite when it comes to making policies, but in the name of helping these children. And Tim, his messaging on it has been, we need to actually listen to kids, listen to what they are telling us, and make our decisions with that, with having heard them. He also used the donations he received from the NRA and donated all to charity. They genuinely do not see children as individual people. They see them as robots to program and dolls to dress up. Kids are fodder for the culture war. That's what they are. It's all about the kids. Oh, we got to save the kids. We got to protect children. But they don't care about children because they don't care about what children are experiencing. And kids, I know we like to joke around, kids are dumb, but kids are also smart. They can express what their feelings are. They can express what their experiences are. And they know when decisions are being made that make things worse for them. And so as far as caring about kids and protecting kids, banning gender affirming care, going after people like Tim WALLZ, who have passed legislation to protect gender affirming care, banning reproductive rights, forcing young girls who are the victims of incest, of rape, to carry these children to term. That is not protecting children. Not at all. Not regulating corporations on their carbon emissions. That is not protecting children.
Hey, Minnesota, Governor WALLZ here.
Sorry, I have this really cranked up volume. There's Tim WALLZ, you guys.
Daughter. Every year we as a family do something old and something new.
I'm sorry. Twitter volume is so bad. It's so unequal. And then I watch like a YouTube video and it's so loud. So usually I have Twitter videos cranked all the way up.
Pick something, a classic, the old mill ride, you do that. And then Hope gets to pick something new.
I think we're gonna go do the slingshot.
Which I don't know what it is, and they're keeping it from me. But then we're gonna go get some food, corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And
Turkey's
then,
meat.
Not in Minnesota, turkey's special. And we will go do some of those things and report back.
Oh my God. Yes! Oh my God. It keeps going.
Yes!
That was good. Good job, Dad.
Oh, thanks, Hope. All right, Minnesota, it's worth it. Woo. Wow, that is wild.
That was pretty cool, actually.
That is wild.
Awesome. That'll be good.
It was okay. It was so worth it. Good call.
It was good.
Thanks for talking me into it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, look. I know we're joking that everyone's lived up today, but I think for me personally, I am excited because it finally feels as if the Democrats are fucking doing something. It has felt for so long that it's this manufactured helplessness, that they were shoving Joe Biden down our throats, that they were ignoring how we, the voters, feel, and just making grievous mistake after grievous mistake. And so starting with when Joe Biden stepped down, and it was like, oh my God, no one thought that this would happen because it's the Democratic Party. Like, there's a reason why all of us were like, I can't believe they actually did it. And then in choosing Tim Walz, now I do think Nancy Pelosi I think she was working a lot behind the scenes. I think Nancy Pelosi has been working overtime in a way that, my God, I can't believe I find myself being like, Nancy Pelosi W? Nancy Pelosi W? But anyway, this is the first time in years they don't feel useless. Yeah, and the reality is like, we currently live under a two-party system, okay? For those of us who are way to the left on Kamala Harris, on on Tim Walz, on all these people, we are operating within this system. And so feeling like there has been that we're actually being heard, that there are actions that the Democrats are finally taking to not just be so goddamn establishment friendly and, just totally ignore a huge faction of the left who have been trying so hard to reshape the party and to shift them to the left. And I'm going to say it, okay? I'm just going to be honest. I think we've needed hope. I think there has been this real need for a crumb of hope. And it doesn't mean that having that hope means you forget everything that you care about. It doesn't mean that we stop fighting for progress. We stop caring about what's happening to Palestinians, that we stop caring about what's happening to migrants at the border. It doesn't mean any of that. But it is important to have hope. I really do believe that. Yeah, it's like cautious optimism, but you gotta have something. It's very easy to fall into the online nihilism and to look at to look at politics in America and go, we're so cooked. Doesn't matter what we do, we're cooked. Yeah, it is. It is easy to have that mindset. But damn, you weren't lying. Your liberal really is coming out, but you're right, though. I'm just teasing. Well, I think the difference now with me 10 years ago, with me, 4 or 5 years ago, is that I, in my personal beliefs, in my personal politics, was very much so a tried and true Democrat. Like lining up with everything that Hillary Clinton, believed in, type of Democrat. And so now, as I've changed, as I've moved way to the left, I can recognize that difference, but also understand the importance in having these crumbs of hope so that we are not left feeling like nothing matters. So I think, like, if that's the liberal in me, then I don't know if that part will ever die, because I think I have to have that, or I will fall into a permanent place of darkness, and I don't want that. Like, I don't want to be there. And again, like, having that hope, having that excitement, that cautious optimism doesn't mean that I abandon my politics, which are to the left of the Democratic Party. Yeah. Once a lib, always a lib. I say this as a leftist who was once a lib. Like, I am interested in like in systemic change. I am interested in changing the party from the inside out. Like, I do not want to be a part of the establishment, the status quo. Like I was back in the I'm with her days.
I'm going to make note of this. You are not getting off the hook at the next election if you vote no on this. You are not getting off the hook about us coming out there and making the case that 92% of people, and I don't even care in the most conservative of districts, it's well over 60% of people know this. You are not going to frame this that this is taking your guns, because I'm going to frame it that you're not sticking up for our children. That you're not doing things that,
yes,
for goodness sakes.
That's what I'm saying. That is such a strong message, and it's so simple. You care about children? No, you don't. Because you don't care that our kids are being gunned down in the classroom. That they're being, like, gunned down in the streets. Because you're not interested in fixing any of the problems that lead to gun violence. You do not want to fix economic inequality. You are interested only in widening the gap. And where do you think gun violence outside of, a mass shooting, so much of that stems from income inequality?
Republicans in Florida passed this. Quit it. Quit it. This is not a 34 vote type of situation. You are the ones that need to be asking why you're not going to vote for this.
Yeah. Oh, he's so effective. He really is. We elect Kamala and WALLZ and apply pressure. We have no other path to real. And look, I want to be clear about something too. I am not somebody, and again, this has been part of my growth. I think like 4 years ago where I was, when I was, Elizabeth Warren and then Bernie Sanders, I would have been like, let's not talk about Israel and Palestine. Let's not make that a thing until we have won this election. Winning is the most important thing. Now, my mindset is absolutely apply that pressure now. This is when They are listening because they have to listen, because they need your votes. So talk about what's important. Talk about what matters. Put that pressure on. And then keep putting the pressure on. This is not something where, oh, nope, let's not push them on any of this stuff until we've won. There's no pressure then because they've already won. And no, then lose? How is that losing? Do you understand that there's a difference? There's a difference with people who are saying, I'm not going to vote for them no matter what. So it doesn't matter. Okay, there's those people. And then people who are saying, I want them to earn my vote. And this is something that I need them to hear us on. I need them to understand that serious changes have got to be made in regards to Israel and Palestine. Let's get a fucking arms embargo going. Whatever. I agree. Always put the pressure on. We're moving the needle, but there's always room to keep going. Totally. Now, I always believe now is the time. Like, if not now, when? This is the first time I felt like they realized they need our votes instead of just blaming us when they lose. Yes, I agree. And I feel like someone such as Tim Walz, and this is why I'm excited, okay? This is why I have some hope. Because I feel like a guy such as Tim Walz, who has demonstrated that he does listen to people. He listens to his kids. He listens to his students. You know, he listens to like the people who he lives in the same neighborhood with. And he listens and then makes changes in his policies, in the legislation that he enacts. And he changes his mind. Yes. Yes, that's what we have to start with, you know? We have to start there. Thembo, thank you for the tier 1. Soundkiller, thank you for the 12 months. Quirky Pop Pie, thank you for the tier 1. Sweeps McCullough, thank you for the 3 months. LMAO, they really wanted it to be Shapiro. Well, whoops, these flyers were scattered on the media tables at the Vance event in Philly. Someone with the campaign staff lanyard came around to collect them and blamed a rough volunteer. JoshShapiroFraud.com. Rogue, not rough. And then blamed a rogue volunteer. Corrupt, lying con man. Disease. Oof. Yeah, so actually let's talk about this POV, this perspective here. I've seen a number of liberal Zionists who are trying to pull the anti-Semitism card when it comes to Shapiro, which does not hold up for so many reasons. Like, it is such a disingenuous argument that it's laughable. It's very laughable. Okay, so let's start. 1, let's talk about Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, who's like the Jewish guy in politics. Where were these liberal Zionists when Bernie Sanders was conspired against by the Democratic Party to have Joe Biden as the candidate, okay? Because in 2020, the Democrats were more concerned with beating Bernie Sanders than they were Joe Biden, all right? Once upon a time, this was something that old me would have never accepted. I'd been like, no way. Now we know, okay? That is the fucking truth. Same thing in 2016. The Democratic Party has been against Bernie Sanders for years. You want to know why? It's also not anti-Semitism. It is because of Bernie Sanders' political ideology. It is because what Bernie Sanders stands for and what a Bernie Sanders would do as president. Democrats didn't want that. So even though it wasn't about anti-Semitism, just like Josh Shapiro not being the VP is not about anti-Semitism, it is interesting that these liberal Zionists who are crying the anti-Semitism on Shapiro have never said that about Bernie Sanders. And in fact, Bernie Sanders has gotten called anti-Semitic on the occasions that he's not huffing Israel's gas. Like anytime Bernie Sanders has not been staunchly pro-Israel, oh, he's anti-Semitic. He's a self-hating Jew. Secondly, J.B. Pritzker. J.B. Pritzker is Jewish. Progressives love J.B. Pritzker. The people who didn't want Josh Shapiro, those of us who didn't want Josh Shapiro, would have been happier with J.B. Pritzker. Okay? J.B., big boy Pritzker, also Jewish. Third, Jill Stein. You want to vote for a Jewish candidate? Vote for Jill Stein. Jill Stein is running for president. And she's a woman. Like, vote for Jill Stein. She is Jewish. Okay, fourth of all, this is dangerous because what liberal Zionism now positions itself as is your Jewish identity is 100% about your unwavering support for Israel. And this is inherently anti-Jewish. To say that to be a Jewish person, that the only thing that matters in your Jewish identity is unequivocally supporting Israel. That is astoundingly bad. It is astoundingly bad. And also, what that does is it monoliths all Jews. There's so much anti-Semitism in that. Yes. To say that you are not Jewish unless your identity is 100% pro-Israel and that is the only thing that matters. It is profoundly a horrible anti-Semitic position to have. Yes. Fifth, or whatever number we're on. Okay, so right here, Batya Ungar-Sagan says, my fellow American Jews, it's time to have a little self-respect and walk away from a party that's telling your children they can't be vice president because the anti-Semites in the party must not be upset. Are you going to go to the Republican Party? Is that the idea here? That you're going to vote Republican because you're walking away from the Democratic Party? All right. So you know that Republicans literally pal around with Nazis. You know that Republicans have normalized the Great Replacement conspiracy theory that has its roots in anti-Semitism. Like, where are you going? Of all, there are 35, maybe I'm wrong on this, 30-something Jewish members of Congress. Let me check on that. How many Jewish? There, 35, yes. There are 9 Jewish senators. Technically, Bernie is an independent, and then 26 Jewish members of the House. Of those 35 members of Congress, let's call them 36, okay, we'll include Bernie. 3 of them are Jewish. Oh, I'm sorry, actually 2, because George Santos counted as a Jewish Republican. Mr. I didn't say I'm actually Jewish. I'm Jew-ish. So yeah, the stats were 3 Republicans are Jewish until it turned out that George Santos is Jew-ish. So that makes 2 Jewish members of, Jewish Republican members of Congress. Why? Because historically, Jewish people have been liberal. Jews in America are not on the right. And they are certainly not on the right with this Republican Party. The Republican Party that hangs out with Nazis, that has the guy who says there's very fine people on both sides, where Charlottesville happened. So where are you going to go? Opinion editor, Newsweek, author of Bad News: How Woke Media is Undermining Democracy. And actually, you might like the right then if you're already there. And Second Class: How the Elites Betrayed America's Working Men and Women. God, those sound like some good books. That sounds like some fun light reading. Jangster for life. Thank you for the gifted sub. Jewish Democrats on Capitol Hill on our arms over the liberal attacks on Josh Shapiro, saying that the potential vice presidential pick has been unfairly maligned merely because he's the leading Jewish figure on Vice President Harris's shortlist. Okay, I'm going to push back on this. He's not the leading Jewish figure on the shortlist. He was the leading candidate for sure, but I would argue, as would many, that Josh Shapiro got a lot of pushback because the negatives on Josh Shapiro way outweighed the negatives on other VP hopefuls. Josh Shapiro, from the sexual harassment settlement to the possible covering up of a murder that happened in Pennsylvania because of his connection to the alleged murderer, to his position on school choice, to, yes, I'm being very careful with alleged here, but like, let's be fucking real, to his position on school choice, to his demonizing of student protesters, to like, everything on Israel and Palestine, to his like very apparent careerism and his shtick and, just general demeanor. And anyway, yeah, he was the leading contender, so it seemed, and also had a lot going against him. So that is why he was getting a lot of pushback. He was getting heavily critiqued, and it was fair. It was totally fair. He wants to be Obama so bad. My mom had never heard Josh Shapiro speak. My mom, my mom is as liberal as they come, okay? My mom is as liberal as they come. She is a lot better on the Israel and Palestine issue than a lot of liberals. I want to say that's because I've had conversations with her where she simply just didn't know things and then learned things. But my mom gets it. That's what she'll say. She'll be like, I understand it. Like, what you young people are saying, like, I get it. I know. But my mom is a tried and true Dem, okay? And she hated Josh Shapiro. Like, my mom did not like Josh Shapiro. And she had never heard him speak. And I never heard his voice in recent times because he has changed. I went back through and listened to Josh Shapiro speaking in his earlier career versus that clip where he sounds like motherfucking Barack Obama. I played it for my mom and she was like, oh my God, he is doing the Obama thing. Like, he is trying to sound like Barack Obama. How many comment sections is she rallying in the New York Times today? Well, she didn't have time to be in the comment sections today because she is, we were hanging out and we were visiting, but I'm sure she'll be. No, you know what she said to me, you guys? She goes, when she left my apartment, she goes, I am going home and I'm going to read all the comments and see what people are saying about Tim Walz. So she's right now deep in the New York Times comments, reading what people are saying. Probably going to be commenting too. Anyway, a number of voices on the far left have gone after Shapiro in recent weeks over his position on the Israel-Hamas war, accusing the 51-year-old governor of blindly supporting Israel's aggressive military campaign at the expense of the tens of thousands of Palestinians. Some have labeled him Genocide Josh. Those attacks have rankled his allies in Congress, particularly Jewish lawmakers, who say that the critics have not only misrepresented his position on the war, but they're flirting with anti-Semitism. I don't know if I mentioned this too, but Doug Emhoff, also Jewish. Josh's position on Israel is almost identical to everybody else, but he's being held to a different standard. So you have to ask yourself why. Actually, no. He was one of the loudest voices in condemning student protests. He likened them to the KKK. That is the thing that a lot of people brought up when talking about Josh Shapiro. Fuck all the way off. This is not Josh Shapiro being like everybody else in Congress who's pro-Israel, but, you know, trying to kind of not be as extreme about it. No, there are Democrats who have stood out for how extreme they've been. And also, this motherfucker volunteered to serve in the IDF. He volunteered to serve in a foreign state's military. That is fucking weird. I'm sorry. I know I keep using this word. It is it's gross. It's, yeah, like, do we understand how that's not normal? That is not normal. He's not Israeli. He is not Israeli. Wasn't living in Israel. And he signed up to serve in the IDF. Do we understand that if this were any other state, this were any other military, people would be like, what the hell? Like if Josh Shapiro signed up to fight, to fight in the Russian military, okay? To fight in Venezuela, whatever. Like, those who think it's super cool and rad that he signed up, that he enlisted in the IDF, they would have the opposite, they'd be singing a different tune if it were any military other than Israel. Okay. Anyway, Moskowitz said his party would never tolerate similar attacks if the potential candidate was, for example, black, gay, or Latino, in which case we would call that out and it would be deafening. Shut up. I hate when they do this. But Josh is being held to a double and triple standard in an effort to try and kill his chance at becoming the vice president. Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz and other prominent Jewish lawmakers also racing to Shapiro's defense, saying the critics are dissecting Shapiro's resume in ways that the other shortlisted candidates simply haven't had to endure. It's been very noticeable that of all the people that she's carefully considering, that the only Jewish candidate is getting excruciating, very specific scrutiny, particularly around his positions on Israel. This is a dynamic Wasserman Schultz said is deeply concerning. If you all didn't equate being Jewish to unequivocally supporting Israel, this wouldn't be happening, okay? You are the ones who have created this problem. You have created this problem. The criticism of Shapiro and his stance on Gaza, to be sure, has been spearheaded by groups on the far left and not prominent progressives in Congress. But those voices of opposition have nonetheless been loud. In a statement last month, the Philadelphia chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America issued a statement making the case against Shapiro as vice president, writing that he's an outspoken supporter of the Zionist project in Palestine. And a campaign against Shapiro has taken shape at nogenocidejosh.org, which, according to a document obtained by Jewish Insider, includes individuals from Dear White Staffers, the social media account that reports on alleged workplace abuses in the Capitol. Shapiro, in just his first term in the governor's office, has quickly built... Okay, I don't really care about the rest of this. Anyway. This is incredibly... This line of attack on opposers to Josh Shapiro being the vice president falls apart so many different ways. But I really think the thing that is such a standout to me, and how things have changed since October 7th, is that liberal Zionism, just like really Zionists, but we're talking specifically about liberal Zionists here. They now have decreed that as a Jewish person, your identity as a Jewish person, the only thing that matters, the thing that makes you Jewish, is unequivocally supporting Israel. And so for Jews who don't do that, well, you're a self-hating Jew. For Jews who unequivocally support Israel in all that they are doing, criticism of them is anti-Semitism. And it is so harmful, and it is so disrespectful to the Jewish identity, be it, you know, whether you identify ethnically as a Jew, religiously. It is such a disrespectful monolithing and reduction of what it means to be Jewish. And so it's why, like, it's why we are in this position now. And it's such bad faith. It's such a bad faith attack. And I think a lot of people have seen through this, because if you apply it to anything else, okay? If you apply it to any other country, any other religion, any other state, like it falls apart. People who feel this way about Israel and about Judaism being tied into the project that is Zionism, they can see outside of Israel, like if you use another example, they see that is wrong. that is not the way that that is not the way that we should be talking about a foreign state. I mean, I think when we talk about this argument, we should just constantly remind people it's total bullshit. They don't care about Jewish people. They don't care about anti-Semitism. It's an angle of attack. And it's the only reason they're saying it. Right. Yeah. And I think like having examples is really helpful. Being able to push back on this and be like, okay, Bernie Sanders, you know, it wasn't anti-Semitism when they conspired against him, because it's about political ideologies, just like it is with Josh Shapiro. And you can disagree in the way that a lot of us disagree. I mean, that's, not a strong enough word, but, how we feel about the Democratic Party having twice in a row now worked to keep Bernie Sanders from being the nominee. And you can feel upset that Josh Shapiro was pushed out because of his political ideologies, but you must recognize that it is about political ideologies. It's about policy, because that's what this is. That's what Zionism is. And it wasn't just Israel. It wasn't just Israel and Palestine. It wasn't just his political ideology. It was, on that matter, it was multiple things. Let's be real. There was a lot about Josh Shapiro that people were criticizing. Anyway, okay. I do want to watch. I do want to watch this. I do want to watch this and give my thoughts on it. I caught some of it earlier. Let me see if I. Oh wait, before we watch this, Donald Trump is not having a very good day. Going on Aiden Ross's stream. I don't know if that is going to counter the excitement around Tim Walz. I don't know. Maybe Donald Trump should just keep going on streams. So that being said, open invite. Donald Trump, you want to come on the stream? I'll wear my American flag blazer. I'll talk to you. I won't sniff your chair after, but yeah. Does Donald Trump want to talk with Carolyn? All right. So Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. What are the chances that crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the U.S., whose presidency was unconstitutionally stolen from him by comma blah? Have we heard him say, have he used this yet? Have we heard him say comma blah yet? Or is this like a workshop thing? Like he hasn't said this at one of his rallies, because I am dying to hear him say this. I know he's workshopping names, but I don't think he's said it yet at a rally. Okay. Anyway, stolen from him by comma blah, Barack Hussein Obama, crazy Nancy Pelosi, shifty Adam Schiff, crying Chuck Schumer, and others on the lunatic left crashes the Democratic National Convention, tries to take back the nomination, beginning with challenging me to another debate. He feels that he made a historically tragic mistake by handing over the U.S. presidency, a coup, to the people in the world he most hates, and he wants it back now. Joe Biden doesn't know what year it is, okay? Joe Biden is not out here trying to get back his presidency. This is fan fiction. This is Donald Trump melting the fuck down because he was so set. He was so set on running against Joe Biden. Never did Donald Trump think that the Democrats would ever get rid of Joe Biden, because guess what? We didn't think that either. No one thought the Democrats would actually do it, but they did it. And Donald Trump knew that he could beat Joe Biden, that he would beat Joe Biden. If I'm being honest, you guys, Donald Trump would have beaten Joe Biden. I feel that, and I felt it in my soul. And I think a lot of people did. And I think that's why it felt like we were being resigned without even getting to put up a fucking fight. Like, it was Jover. It was actually Jover. And that's why people were just kind of, it was like, all right, well, I guess this is how it goes. And then the Disney Channel movie happened in real life. And that is why Donald Trump is having a fucking meltdown, and why he is probably he probably wants to beat the shit out of Don Trump Jr. He's probably going back to saying, like, he's like calling him the wrong name on purpose or on accident because he just doesn't know. He's probably, like Donald Trump Jr. has to call him sir because Donald Trump Jr. was the one who was like, JD Vance is my buddy. We should have him. He loves you, Dad. He's great. And Donald Trump was like, tell me more. Yeah, he's going nuts. He's going nuts. And you can see that he's going nuts right here. That is how badly he wanted to run against Joe Biden. And that's why he's trying to make this into he's trying to make this into this was the actual coup, not January 6th. This was the coup. Whatever the date was that Joe Biden stepped down. I can't remember. It feels like it was 100 years ago, but it was really like 3 weeks ago. That is the greatest crime that has ever happened. Joe Biden being pushed out. Joe Biden wants back in. You know what is crazy to imagine? This timeline where Joe Biden and Donald Trump now team up together. Joe Biden and Donald Trump team up together against the Democratic Party. It's only been 16 days. Oh my God. 16 days. That's it. Jesus. The greatest buddy comedy since Step Brothers, coming this summer. Don and Joe take back the White House. It's been 84 years. Trapcom, thank you for the Prime. Dollar, thank you for the 10 months. Y'all, this is the buddy comedy that we didn't know we needed. And we're getting it. Donald Trump and Joe Biden teaming up. Like, you just envision it now. Sounds like a Rob Schneider movie. Envision it now, back to back like this. Okay, they're both wearing aviator sunglasses. Standing back to back like this. With some tagline, like, let's workshop a tagline here. From enemies to best buds. From enemies to lovers. Well, that's a different movie. From foes to friendos. Ooh, I like that. From foes to friendos. Yeah. Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats tried to steal America from them. So they teamed up together. This is too long for like the tagline on the poster, but we're just like, this is the idea. So they've teamed up together to take America back. From rivals to partners in crime. Coming to you this summer. From two parties to the one true party. Oh, let's go! From two parties to the one true party. Bros before hoes. Oh my God, you guys, bros before hoes. Bros before hoes. Yes, it's them. Sunglasses, back to back. Kamala's in the background like this. Yelling. Bros before hoes. From two parties to the one true party. Dudes being dudes. Guys being dudes. Dudes being guys. Guys being dudes. Hearing JD Vance is also afraid to debate because WALLZ would kick him. Yeah, he's...
A bully has no self-confidence.
Yeah.
A bully has no strength. They have nothing.
Yeah.
The fascists depend on fear. The fascists depend on us going back. But we're not afraid of weird people.
It's effective!
We're a little bit creeped out, but we're not afraid. Everybody in this room.
All right. Here we go.
Good evening. Good evening.
Is there a better quality to this? Let me see. Kamala and WALLZ rally.
Thank you.
No, that kind of looks like shit. That's a little better. That's a little better.
But we have the momentum, and I know exactly what we are up against. Now, many of you know, before I was elected vice president or elected a United States senator, I was an elected attorney general, and before that, elected district attorney. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. So in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women.
Yeah, this is a big part of the campaign messaging.
Fraudsters who scammed consumers.
Did you see The Daily Show on WALLZ?
Cheaters
Oh
who
no,
broke
I
the
haven't.
rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type. So, but let me just say, hold on. Hold on.
Oh my God. This has... That's the line. It is the line now.
Hold on.
Yep.
This campaign, our campaign, is not just a fight against Donald Trump. Our campaign, this campaign, is a fight for the future. It's a fight for the future. In Pennsylvania, we fight for a future with affordable housing.
Just, you guys, we are actually blessed that there's less than 100 days because we're going to get sick of the messaging. I hope that they get, they're workshopping some other stuff. Like, let's work on some other stuff here. But so far, the themes are freedom. We're not going back. I know Donald Trump's type of thing, like prosecutor versus felon, which I don't think is, I personally don't like that one. And I don't think it's very good, but I get that it can work for people who have, like, I'm with her tote bags. Yeah, let's just go back to yes, we can.
Affordable health care, affordable child care, paid leave. We fight for a future where we build a broad-based economy.
Hits home for the wine
American
moms.
Has the opportunity to own a home, to start a business, and to build wealth. We fight for a future where we bring down prices that are still too high and lower the cost of living for America's families, so that they have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead. We fight for a future where we defend our most fundamental freedoms. The freedom to
God damn. Cori Bush lost her primary. Yeah.
vote. The freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom to love who you love openly and
It's very similar to the Jamal Bowman primary where AIPAC spent so much money. I mean, this was one of the most expensive House primaries as well. Jamal Bowman's was the most expensive in history. She lost to Wesley Bell, who's a county prosecutor. And she was still fairly new in Congress. She was only elected in 2020, and she was a member of the squad and is the second member of the squad to now lose a primary, largely over the issue of Palestine. I think the thing that cooked her the most was, in an interview with the New York Times, she declined to call Hamas a terrorist organization. She said, would they qualify to me as a terrorist organization? Yes. But do I know that? Absolutely not. I have no communication with them. All I know is that we were considered terrorists. We were considered black identity extremists. And all we were doing was trying to get peace. I'm not trying to compare us, but that taught me to be careful about labeling if I don't know. Later, a spokeswoman walked back the comment saying the Congresswoman knows Hamas is a terrorist organization. She basically was trying to say, like, well, are they doing what they're doing because of religious extremism, or is it because they are fighting for independence? Like, they are trying to achieve independence and rights for Palestinians. Yeah, I mean, that's where the politics comes in, though, That's where the politics comes in, where it's black or white, right? As a politician, you're not allowed to offer up nuance, or you're going to be totally lambasted. I understand what she's saying, because I am not listening to her words as oh my God, Cori Bush thinks that it's awesome that everybody who died on October 7th died. Like, I can understand what she's saying. I think that I think there was a bit of a struggle to perfectly communicate that, but it is something that is tough to communicate when you know that every word that you say on this topic is going to be dissected and you'll be painted one way or another. I don't know. I think that that's probably what that probably really, really hurt her. Yeah, it's quite sad that she is the second member of the squad. You have to be careful with nuance if you try to do it. Yeah, instead of simply reacting to her words, we know the history and why she put it that way. Yeah. I mean, it's sending the message that you are either with or you are against, right? And interestingly enough, most Americans don't feel that way, especially Democratic voters. It's not black or white. It's not just you're either with or you're against. How do you counter that? Also, I don't think that this was like the only thing that caused her to lose, but how do you counter that? I mean, I think it's something where you have to realize, you realize that, like, if you speak at all positively about Palestinians, if you try and contextualize Hamas at all, like where Hamas came from, why October 7th happened, then you're going to be labeled as, you're going to be labeled as all these things. I don't want this to be something, though, where, we now believe, like, oh, if AIPAC is involved in a race, then, if they're pouring millions into a race, then it's so over. Like, I don't think that that's true. And I also don't think it's a good mentality to have. I think it also, what set apart Jamal Bowman, and I don't know Corey's race as, I don't know all the details with it, but like, this isn't something that now is going to apply to Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and AOC. Like, you have to look at the makeup of those districts. One big reason Jamal Bowman lost was because his district had been gerrymandered to all shit. Like, that played a huge part in how things turned out. Summer Lee also won. Yeah. Summer Lee's, was the first member of the squad that they went after. The disingenuous attack that progressives voted against the infrastructure bill. Yeah, so this is something that both challengers to Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman heavily leaned into, saying that they were progressives who voted against Joe Biden's historic infrastructure bill. But it's a disingenuous line of attack. And the reason that, so it was the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, but it also entailed, like, compromises in certain areas. And progressives said that we won't support this bill if it means that other areas that desperately need money and attention are going to be reduced, such as childcare, then we're not voting for this bill. but it's been presented as, it's just been presented as, oh, progressives voted against this infrastructure bill because they're so radical, or, you know, because of like it being Joe Biden, blah, blah, blah. Here's a great graphic of everything that got cut out. Yeah. Yeah, and so this was why progressives voted against the infrastructure bill. Anyway, Jamal was redistricted and Corey had a scandal with scare quotes because her husband was paid for security. Well, the guy who just beat Cori Bush, Wesley Bell, he ran as a progressive. He also ran as a progressive. But, you know, a progressive who criticized Cori Bush on issues that progressives who are progressive but Palestine, and also progressive but very much so, you know, very much so progressives who side with the Democratic Party. And he appealed to them.
With pride. And the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body, not having her government tell her what to do. So, I love you too. So here's the thing. Since the day that I announced my candidacy.
Also, just like Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush was predicted to lose. So this isn't something that is a total shock. Cori Bush was, Cori Bush was going to lose. So it's, you know, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that the squad has taken hits, but it's also something that ahead of time, both Bowman and Bush were predicted to lose.
I set out to find a partner who can help build this brighter future. A leader who will help unite our nation and move us forward. A fighter for the middle class. A patriot.
Last thing I'll say. Vital in that Mother Jones article was that Cori Bush met with union, community, and local government leaders to explain why she was voting no on the infrastructure bill. So here's the thing. Doesn't matter that she did that because she was so outspent, because there was $8 million+ that was poured into that race. All the ads painted her as voting against, progressive legislature, like Build Back Better. And so to voters who don't know, who don't understand the reality there, and who she didn't, she can't meet with every voter to say, this is why I'm voting on the no on the infrastructure bill. That's where campaign spending plays a huge role. And so a lot of the attack ads on both Bowman and Bush were not Cori Bush or Jamal Bowman doesn't support Israel. A lot of it was, look at these progressive policies that these progressive, so-called progressive members of Congress voted no on. Cori Bush voted no on giving you better roads. All right, back to this. I'm grabbing some water.
Promise of America. A promise of freedom, opportunity, and justice, not just for some, but for all. So Pennsylvania, I'm here today because I found such a leader. Governor Tim Walz of the great state of Minnesota. So, to those who know him best, Tim is more than a governor.
Coach!
To his wife, Gwen, he is a husband. To his kids, Hope and Gus, he is a dad. To his fellow veterans, he is Sergeant Major Walls.
Sarge, coach, teach.
To the people of southern Minnesota, for 12 years, he was congressman. To his former high school students, he was Mr. Walls. And to his former high school football players, he was coach. Coach.
Can we call Mr. Coach, Sarge, teach?
And in 91 days, the nation will know Coach Walz by another name, Vice President of the United States.
God damn.
So America, for some folks, they're just getting to know Coach Walz's story. And I'll tell you, he is the proud product of a middle-class family in rural Nebraska. He is a veteran who served our nation in uniform for more than 2 decades as a member of the Army National Guard, and he went to college on the GI Bill.
I just can't stop laughing in just disbelief of how different things were 16 days ago. You guys, so much has changed in less than 2.5 weeks. It's crazy. It is actually insane. The shift, the vibe check, oh my God. I'm sorry to keep being like, it's a movie, because it's unreal. There are decades when weeks happen. There are weeks where decades happen. Yes. And there are weeks when decades happen.
Someone who long before he entered politics worked as a teacher.
I'm dying. No Jews allowed at the top of the Democratic Party. Eric Erickson, who not only has the most annoying name ever, but is the biggest piece of shit. And Chuck Schumer commented and said, news to me. Bro, this is what I'm talking about, where this argument does not hold up for so many reasons. One being the prominent Jewish members of the Democratic Party, like Chuck Schumer, who himself is like, no, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. It invalidates it. And honestly, it should invalidate that bullshit argument when it's applied to everything. Like, oh, can't have Jews, anti-Semitism. Like, the fact that Chuck Schumer, who is very pro-Israel, is like, nope. Hi, I'm a Jewish person. I'm the majority leader here. And it just goes to show that this argument can't be applied in any of these situations. Yes, and her husband is Jewish. Yes.
When Coach Walz and his wife Gwen moved from his native Nebraska to Minnesota nearly 30 years ago, they both took jobs at the local high school.
Trump getting shot
Coach
opened up a
Walz
rift
taught
in the
social
timeline.
Studies, Gwen taught English.
Maeve, thank you for the 4 months.
After school, Tim was the linebackers coach for the football team. Where I've heard the stories about he had a knack for using the game of football to teach life lessons.
Movie.
He saw the potential in kids who sometimes didn't even see it in themselves. Under those Friday night lights, Coach WALLZ motivated his players to believe they could achieve anything. And together, they defied the odds, hear this out, going from a winless record to the school's first ever state championship.
We need a filler arc. Story moving too fast. Dude. This is a Shonda Rhimes show. This is Shondaland, baby.
Coach. And I'll say and I'll add, Tim wasn't only a role model on the football field. Around that same time, Coach WALLZ was approached by a student in his social studies class.
Yeah, this is
The young man was
huge.
one of the first openly gay students at the school and was hoping to start a gay-straight
Hog Trucker,
alliance.
thank you for the 2 months.
At a time when acceptance was difficult to find for LGBTQ students, Tim
Who you got playing? Tim
knew
Walz?
the signal that it would send
Steve
to have
Martin.
a football coach get involved. Right? So he signed up to be the group's faculty advisor.
Gay Straight Alliance.
And as students have said, he made the school a safe place for everybody. In the high school yearbook, the students voted Coach WALLZ the, quote, most inspiring faculty member. And as I think everyone here can see,
Woozy,
Tim
thank you for the
WALLZ
tier
was
1.
the kind of teacher and mentor that every child in America dreams of having, and that every kid deserves. The kind of coach, because he's the kind of person who makes people feel like they belong and then inspires them to dream big. And that's the kind of vice president.
Did you
he
see
will
the
be.
article about Rwanda? Yep.
And that's the kind of vice president America deserves.
So this is what I meant when I said politicians' pre-electoral backgrounds are very much so taken into consideration by the American people. It is important. It is so important that WALLZ has, it's crazy because he and Kamala are the same age, but they have had totally different career paths. And he, as you know, as we've talked about, he was an everyday regular Joe who got into politics, not because he is a legacy, not because he went to law school and it's a very natural career path, but because he was a coach, he was a veteran, he was a teacher, and it inspired him to get into politics. Yeah. And so his background, and you best believe that there are so many ads that are going to be running of like this. Here's Governor Tim Walz after he signed the bill after he signed a bill that guarantees free school meals to kids. Like this kind of stuff, it's going to be everywhere because this is very effective. This reaches people, right? Like, yeah, he's just like me type of thing. Mm-hmm.
So it was Coach WALLZ's students who actually helped him decide to run for office. And he served 12 years in Congress, representing a purple district as he reached across the aisle to get things done. He was the highest ranking enlisted man to ever serve in the United States Congress. And the top Democrat on the Veterans Committee. And he was known as one of Capitol Hill's best marksmen, winning a bipartisan sharpshooting contest year after year.
It's the polar opposite of the Sarah Sanders photo. Yeah.
In Washington, Tim worked to raise the minimum
Sarah
wage.
Sanders signing into law to make child labor
To
legal.
protect the freedom of workers to join a union. And he cast one of the critical votes to pass the Affordable Care Act, which of course gave health insurance to tens of millions of Americans. I'm going to tell you, when we win, Tim and I will continue to make the Affordable Care Act even stronger. We will win. Now, let's talk about what we're dealing with on the other side.
Boo!
So on that last topic, if Donald Trump gets the chance, he will end the Affordable Care Act and take us back to a time when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was like? Children with asthma, breast cancer survivors, grandparents with diabetes. Well, Governor Walz and I will not let that happen. Because we believe health care should be a right and not just a privilege for those who can afford it. As governor, Tim has continued to fight for working families. He secured paid leave for workers in Minnesota. And he refused, as governor, to allow any student in their public schools to go hungry.
Oh, God.
So he made school
This
breakfast
man's
and
gonna
lunch
ruin
free
America.
For every child. And Tim Walz and I, we agree about many things, including when our middle class is strong, America is strong. And strengthening the middle class will be my defining goal as I am President of the United States. So Pennsylvania, ours is a fight for the future of the middle class, and it is a fight for freedom. In this moment, we are witnessing a full-on attack against hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. Take reproductive freedom. Now think about this. Donald Trump said he wants to punish women. And as a result of his actions, today in America, 1 out of 3 women live in a state with a Trump abortion ban. 1 out of 3. Some of these bans go back to the 1800s, even before women had a right to vote. Think about that. Well, Tim and I have a message for Trump and others who want to turn back the clock on our fundamental freedoms. We're not going back.
Right, here's the we're not going back. We're not going backwards. We're not going back. It's a little bit worried. It's a little long.
We're not going back. And
One
so let me
word too
say
many.
About Tim Walz.
Maybe we're not going?
He has shown up to stand against these attacks long before he stood on the stage with me. After Roe was overturned,
No, go back.
he was the first governor in the country to sign a new law that enshrined reproductive freedom as a fundamental right. And with Tim Walz by my side, when I am President of the United States and we win majorities in the United States Congress, we will pass a bill to restore reproductive freedom, and I will proudly sign it into law. Tim Walz has also defended the sacred freedom to vote. As governor, he signed the most significant expansion of voting rights in Minnesota in over 50 years. And with Governor Walz's help, when I am president, we are going to finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act.
I do think she's gotten better. I think she's gotten better since she first ran for president.
We're going to get it done. So Tim is a hunter.
Also significantly better than Biden.
It's
not even close.
Reasonable gun safety laws in America.
Okay, it is also wild because for the last 4 years, every time we've seen Kamala, she's always been just doing, she's always seemed zooted, you know, talking about wheels on the bus, talking about the coconut tree, like every Kamala clip, every time Kamala's being talked about, it's mostly been because she seems like she just downed a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc and popped a couple perks. So it is the Venn diagrams. I know it is hilarious now to see that juxtaposition with, oh, here's Kamala Harris who's running for president. Yeah, she's gone from being vice president where nobody really gives a fuck about what you're doing, no one's really paying attention to you, to moving up, you know? I hope she hasn't forgotten about the Venn diagrams, though. She is an example of someone who has officially been unburdened by what has been. She is walking the walk.
So as governor, he expanded background checks and increased penalties for illegal firearm sales. And together, when we win in November, we are finally going to pass universal background checks, red flag laws, and an assault weapons ban. Through his work, Tim, the way I think about it, he really does shine a light on a brighter future that we can build together. In his state, he has been a model chief.
Do you think she can win this race? I think there is a hell of a bigger chance than there was 2.5 weeks ago. And I think the possibility now of uniting all the factions of the Democratic Party, getting all the coalitions together. We're talking young voters, we're talking about progressive voters, we're talking about suburban moderates, we're talking about Black and Latino voters, working class, rural voters of all races. I think there is, what I feel confident in saying is there is now a chance versus 2.5 weeks ago, there wasn't a chance. It felt done. It felt like the writing was on the wall and it was finito. There's a lot of energy right now. This is what we refer to as like a honeymoon phase where, people are super revved up. They are, there's a lot of positivity. It's a question of sustaining that energy. I think the way that Republicans have been acting from Fox News to Republicans online to like Donald Trump and his team and JD Vance, I think that they have contributed to making things better for Kamala and now Kamala Walz. Yeah, like they are melting down at a thermonuclear level What was my tier rank for WALLZ? WALLZ was, you know what? Why not? Whatever that one was. Like a why not, like, you know, I don't think it's going to be him, but sure, let's put him up there. Who was highest? I thought for sure it was going to be Shapiro. Honestly, all day today, I just keep saying, I can't believe the Democratic Party actually made a smart decision here. I have been so disillusioned with the Democratic Party and feeling that they are incapable of genuinely doing things like this. Yeah. I mean, it was looking very grim. And I wonder if he had not had terrible vibes in his one-on-one with Kamala, I wonder if it would have been Shapiro. Like, I don't know how much of a role that played in her decision.
Executive, and with his experience, I'm telling you, Tim Walz will be ready on day one. In fact, when you compare his resume shall we, to Trump's running mate, well,
oh my God! Oh my God! The motherquake! Holy shit! The motherquake! Y'all, that was a large quake. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, that was a fucking earthquake.
Really?
Yes.
I almost didn't even feel it.
I felt it.
I just kind of moved a little
Babe,
bit.
that is huge. I feel like we never feel earthquakes that way. Usually it's like a little...
Huh.
I feel like that was a pretty strong quake. That was a 5.6. You know the one place that I always go when there's an earthquake? Twitter. Earthquake Twitter will always tell you that there was an earthquake. Man, you know what I'll say? Here's what I'll say. Was that like the craziest earthquake? Oh, I just felt an aftershock. Kind of feels like a vibrator. It's like a vibrator for my body. So I felt, you guys, I'm feeling them. I swear. I feel like I just felt 3. Caroline, I felt it too. Okay, I'm not crazy. I swear I felt it at least 3 times. Wow. Is the vibrator earthquake in the room with you right now? Whoa. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? I'm starting to think you're feeling phantom earthquakes. I don't know, maybe. I felt a solid initial hit, then a little aftershock near downtown. I will say that's the strongest earthquake I've felt in a while. I haven't felt one that big in a while. That felt like a big boy. Sorry, I'm so done. First time watching, you're so pretty. Oh, well, thank you. You're so pretty, Caroline, and funny. Also, W takes in that earthquake felt like a small shake, TBH. I'm astonished because I usually don't feel earthquakes. Like when they happen, when I'm on Twitter and I see earthquake Twitter going crazy, I'm like, I didn't even feel that earthquake. I didn't even feel it. I felt that one though. Did you see this? Oh my God.
Then on top of that, I got the fucking Secret Service calling me 5 times, nigga! I don't know goddamn shit about politics, my nigga. I don't know.
Wait, what?
Hey, I'm gonna keep it a stack. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Listen, I had a bad bitch that I've been trying to get on for like the last 3 years,
Bro, this is so funny. This is so funny. Kai's gotta have Kamala on. He has to because that is the only way. That is the only way that we have the equivalent to the Aiden Ross XQC Donald Trump stream. You can't have a streamer who understands politics. Can't have a Hassan. Sorry, you can't do it. In order to have a Kamala Harris counter to the Aiden Ross XQC and Donald Trump stream, she has to stream on Kai's stream. It's gotta be all vibes. You don't need to know politics. You don't need to know policy. You just gotta vibe and just make it up. Whatever. It's fine. He said he would ask her, why am I here? Great. Do it. Do it. And here's the truth, you guys, okay? Kamala Harris on Kai Cenat's stream is going to have the biggest impact. That's the truth. Okay? That is the truth. We're talking about similar audience to Aiden and XQC, just hold on, as far as probably not being politically in the know in the way that, Hassan's audience is, also being younger. Now, again, I don't know how many of these kids can actually vote. I don't know how many are 18, okay? But it is the counter to Aiden and XQC. Did my Cali people? Oh yeah, I felt the earthquake on stream. That was a live stream reaction. Anywho, I think he should do this. And I think that the Harris campaign absolutely is when it comes to streamers, picking Kai Cenat makes the most sense. Hassan, if this happens,
It should have been me, not him. It's
ah! Oh man. Oh. I can't believe we're living in a world where Aiden Ross gets his clips with Donald Trump played on Fox News and possibly Kai Cenat on MSNBC and CNN. That's the timeline we're living in now, folks. Like I said, it's all about vibes. It is all about vibes. Damn, I still can't believe that earthquake. That earthquake happened on stream. Damn. Earthquake Twitter's going crazy. Or Earthquake Twitter is popping off. I'm telling you, that was the mother. Oh my God, I'm feeling it. I swear I just felt another aftershock. I'm not imagining this. You convinced me to buy a vibrator with the earthquake discourse. Okay, maybe that was a phantom aftershock. The other ones I know were real though. This one, This one feels like maybe it wasn't though. Okay. Anyway,
Well,
let's get to
well,
Tim
some might
Walz
say
talking.
It's like a matchup between the varsity team and the JV squad.
Oh no. All right, just wrap it up.
Pennsylvania, ultimately in this election, we
Wrap
face
it
a
up.
question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of freedom, compassion,
Oh, the jokes.
and rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? And here's the beauty of our democracy. We each have the power to answer that question. We each have the power to answer that question. The power is with the people. We love our country, and I believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country.
This honestly really is the mom and dad ticket. That's the positioning. Mamala, and coach, teach, dad. Like that is if I were in one of like the campaign offices and where they're doing, you know, all their like research and brainstorming and trying out different things, I'm sure mom and dad, Mamala and Papa Tim, yeah. Mamala and Papa Tim. I'm sure that is on a whiteboard somewhere. Papa Coach.
That is how we preserve the promise of America. And after all, you know, the promise of America is what makes it possible for two middle-class kids.
I have to pee and I want to finish before.
One, a daughter.
I want to hurry
Oakland,
so I don't
California,
miss him.
who was raised by a working mother. The other, a son of the Nebraska plains who grew up working on a farm. It's the promise of America, because only in America is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House. Only in America. Only in America. Only in America. That's right. And so Coach WALLZ and I may hail from different corners of our great country,
Right,
but our
okay.
values are the same. And we both believe in lifting people up, not knocking them down.
Wait, everyone who's saying they're so lived up, all of us a month ago, fuck this fascist, capitalism worshipping shithole of a country straight to hell.
Nephew of my Uncle Sam, going on 4th of July. I've got a Yankee Doodle sweetheart. She's my Yankee Doodle joy. Let's go, Miss Liberty. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony. I am that Yankee Doodle
Oh my God, that's Full House, isn't it? Holy shit. Oh my God. I feel so fucking old, dude. I know.
He and I, we both know the vast majority of people in our country
Those kids grew up to be Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
have so much more in common than what separates them. When we look at folks, we see in our fellow Americans neighbors, not enemies. Not enemies. And so my promise to you is this. Our campaign will reach out to everyone, from red states to blue states, from the heartland to the coast, in rural, urban, suburban, and tribal communities.
Oh, speaking of, the lieutenant governor of, sorry, I know I keep pausing it right before we get to Tim Walz. Penny Flanagan, who is the lieutenant governor in Minnesota, would become the first woman and first Native woman to lead the state if Tim Walz becomes the vice president. So a lot of firsts happening here. When she became lieutenant governor, she became the highest ranking Native woman elected to an executive office. She's also a teacher. And she is a member of the White Earth Band of the White Earth Band of Ojibwe. Is that right? What does that fit? That is the most teacherist teacher. Ojibwe. Look, you guys, I'm not Elizabeth Warren, okay? I'm sorry. I'm Ojibwe. Well, Penny Flanagan might become the first Native American woman to lead a state. I feel like you're saying a slur. I said that as someone who does say slurs. Like, the way I pronounce that is the way someone who regularly will say slurs would pronounce that. Did I say sorry, Peggy. Minnesota Lieutenant Governor Peggy? Why am I saying? You didn't have to admit this. It's not that I say slurs. Minnesota Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, who would become the first Indigenous woman governor in U.S. history, protect trans kids. Yes. She has been really great on gender affirming care, protecting trans kids. I'm sure she's being transvestigated. I'm sure everyone's being transvestigated. Everyone is trans. And also she has been very, one of her big things has been drawing attention to the number of missing Indigenous women, which is this ongoing problem that has not gotten the attention it deserves. It is a massive problem. And she has made that a huge part of her job as lieutenant governor. Native Americans make up more than 1% of just more than 1% of Minnesota's total population. The Native vote helped Joe Biden secure a win against Trump in the state in 2020. She's been outspoken in support of Indigenous rights, championing this year's change of Minnesota's state flag. And she's been outspoken about Trump's policies, and when Trump's daughter Ivanka, one of his senior advisors, visited Minnesota for the opening of the nation's first task force office dedicated to solving cold cases of missing and murdered Native Americans and Alaska Natives, Flanagan took issue. Donald Trump made a career demonstrating and celebrating behavior that perpetuates violence against Native women and girls. Since then, she's helped oversee the creation of the state's first missing and murdered Indigenous relatives office in St. Paul, developed to help families navigate the justice system. It really matters who's at the table and who's elected. We finally have Native representation in the governor's office and Native women in the legislature. Yeah, very rare to have Native representation. ILU Proxy, thank you for the tier 1. A7, thank you for the bits.
Oh, it is good to be
She
back
was
in
on.
Pennsylvania.
She was on the Minneapolis School Board and was the ED of the Children's Defense Fund. Yeah, both her and WALLZ have education backgrounds.
So,
Why the fuck they need so much rep when they only 1% of the pop? Okay. 1% is not so much rep. Do you understand that she is the highest ranking Native woman in executive office because Native people struggle to get representation? Yeah, 1%, I would say also bare minimum. Bare minimum. And I should we not forget that should we not forget, whose land this is, who deserves to have representation in government when policies are being made that affect the remaining land that the Native populations live on. One is too many. One person is one too many people. Yeah. You know, that's pretty simple math there. One person is one too many.
let me say, on behalf of myself and the first, second gentleman of the United States.
My girlfriend is Native, Alaskan, and trans, so it's nice to see the representation. Well, it's too many.
Thank you for the warm
It's too much representation. Have you considered they have Elizabeth Warren?
It's good to be here with all of the friends,
Trump
all of the leaders who are here. I want to thank former Governor Ed Rendell, Senator.
Oh, am I playing the wrong speech? Wait, where am I? Oops, sorry. My bad. Sorry, I got distracted by Trump 2024. Fuck Kamala. I love whenever we're covering politics. I love the chatters come in here just to say Trump 2024. Speak your truth, King. Speak your truth. Oh, we've got another one. Trump 2024. There you go. Now, Trump 2024, like, do you mean like as president, or are we just Trump 2024? It is 2024 and Donald Trump is still alive. They heard you say slurs and manually rated. Yep. They sensed it. They sensed the slurs. Trump 2024. That's it. It's very simple. Keeping it simple. Trump 2024. Let's not get crazy. We don't need to expand past it. Just 2024 is my sub count. Well, just like JD Vance, maybe you'd get your subs up if you fucked a couch. Who wants Mizkiff to fuck a couch on stream? You're voting Obama. You mean Malia Obama, right? Malia Obama for prez. Aiden Ross will smell that couch afterwards. Yeah. Aiden Ross would buy that couch. He'd spend a lot of money. Yeah. If you want to get that sub count up past 2024, you know what to do. I didn't see the Aiden Ross stream, but I bet it fucking sucked. Well, here's Here is a little taste. I don't know about you, but I think this goes so hard. Look at these people behind the rope. I can't. These people, oh my God. These people behind the fucking rope. Paid actors behind the rope. Man, you know what this so perfectly illuminates? The Republican Party is just the party of Donald Trump. This is not about a party. This is about one person. It is Donald Trump and Donald Trump only. These people do not worship anybody but Donald Trump. And their policies, their beliefs are Donald Trump. That is it. It is the clearest example of cult of personality. Where are the ear pads? The ear pads were so 3 weeks ago, okay? Like, we've moved on. We've moved on from the ear pads to whatever the hell XQC's shirt was. Just don't cross the rope. You know what this is reminding me of? When I worked in nightclubs, and the number one rule is you do not cross the fucking rope. If you cross the rope, we'll have problems. If you stay behind the rope, we'll be good. But don't cross the motherfucking rope. Every time I'm the greatest, someone take my life away. Yeah, so that was that was the stream. Oh my God. 10 out of 10. That was the stream. And it was basically two dumb bitches telling each other exactly. Just back and forth. I saw someone say that after the Aiden Ross stream that he won the white dudes in high school who yap about how the rap game is controlled by the Illuminati. Oh my God. This is politics now, you guys. This is politics. This is politics. Going on a stream of a guy who showed porn to children. The Republican Party, everybody. There you go. Okay, we have got to get through Tim Walz's speech.
We are running a campaign on behalf of all Americans. And when elected, we will govern on behalf of all Americans. And so, with Tim Walz by my side, and with all of you at our side, let us fight for the promise of our future. And with that, I ask Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it?
What if elections were decided via Twitch streams?
President of the United States.
What if it was just a poll in a Twitch stream?
Tim Walz.
Just based on vibes.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Philadelphia.
You can use channel points.
For the trust you put in me, but maybe more so, thank you for bringing back the joy. I'm thrilled to be on this journey with you and Doug, this incredible journey. And Pennsylvania, I know you know this, but my God, what a treasure you have in Josh Shapiro. Holy hell, can this guy bring the fire? He can bring the fire. This is a visionary leader. Also, I have to tell you, everybody in America knows when you need a bridge fixed, call that guy.
Oh.
And I think sometimes we forget, and you see people a little one-dimensional, but seeing a guy who cares so deeply about his family, a man with compassion, vision, and I'll have to tell you this, I know this from experience, there is no one you would rather go to a Springsteen concert in Jersey with than him, than that guy.
You know what? Okay, so he's being a very good sport here. This also shows that Josh Shapiro was top of the ticket. That is, okay, what the fuck? What? Good God, goodbye. Goodbye. No, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, this shows that Josh Shapiro was the most likely pick, that he was top of the ticket. And this is acknowledging that, like, I know you guys all thought it was gonna be Josh Shapiro. It's me, but hi. It's me, hi.
Roots. And I can't wait for all of you and America to get to know my incredible wife, Gwen, a 29-year public school educator. Don't ever underestimate teachers.
Never!
And our two beautiful kids, Hope and Gus. I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket and to help Vice President Harris become what we all know is very, very good for us.
His son's name is Gus.
Next President of the United States of America.
Presidency in the bag.
From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, Attorney General of the great state of California, a United States Senator, and Vice President of the United States. Vice President Harris has fought on the side of the American people. She took on the predators, she took on the fraudsters, she took down the transnational gangs, she stood up against powerful corporate interests, and she never hesitated to reach across the aisle if it meant improving people's lives. And I want all of you to hold this and don't ever underestimate the power of this. She does it all with a sense of joy.
Yeah, this is a message that he's doing a very good job hitting on. That it's bringing joy back to electoral politics, which, you know, not a lot of joy to be had. But this is effective. This is effective. It's recognizing that things have been so bad and there's been a lack of excitement and people feel, you know, people have not felt joy over the candidates who are running to lead the country. And so I think like making it about joy is a very smart contrast to the shitstorm that is Donald Trump. You know, because what this isn't doing is we're not Trump. What this is doing is saying, let's make this about joy again. Let's have excitement here. And that is, you know, you read between the lines and it's Donald Trump has been Donald Trump has been so toxic that this whole system has felt toxic. And he's saying that we have something to fight for, right? Like this is a positive framing, which is what people are looking for. Like they want that. They want to feel excited about something. Joy is stronger. Joy can be stronger than fear. I mean, if this were Inside Out, like, isn't that Isn't that the whole message of Inside Out? And in politics, when looking at, fucking hell, Jesus. In politics, when looking at effective political messaging, especially in the politics of today, that joy is the number one inside out emotion. Oh, right. And then sad. Oh, it's sadness. I haven't seen the second one yet. It's Jesus Christ. Please. Hello. Okay. Anyway, what I was saying was fear is powerful. Yes, fear is powerful, but joy, Jesus Christ, please. Fear is powerful, but joy is also powerful, and it's a different kind of power. It has a motivating factor. It is inspiration. It is energy. And it's better than fear. It is something that the Democrats have been so lacking. They have been lacking, and it's why Tim is so effective, because he talks in a way that Democrats have not talked in a long time. You know, within that joy, yes, there's hope, and that is what people need.
I know a little something about that commitment to people. I was born in West Point, Nebraska. I lived in Butte, a small town of 400, where community was a way of life. Growing up, I spent the summers working on the family farm. My mom and dad taught us, show generosity towards your neighbors and work for a common good. My dad served in the Army during the Korean War. With his encouragement, at 17, I joined the Army National Guard. For 24 years, I proudly wore the uniform of this nation. The National Guard gave me purpose. It gave me the strength of a shared commitment to something greater than ourselves. And just as it did for my dad and millions of others, the GI Bill gave me a shot at a college education.
He's not even talking about winning. He's talking about what he's going to do when elected.
3 out of 4 of us married teachers. What we do. For nearly 20 years, I had the privilege of teaching high school social studies and coaching football.
Football!
Including winning that state championship. Thank you.
Football!
Don't ever close the yearbook. Don't ever. But it was my students. They encouraged me to run for office. They saw in me what I was hoping to instill in them, a commitment of common good, a belief that one person can make a difference. So in 2006, I took a leap and I ran for Congress. And because high school teachers are super optimistic, I was running in a district that had 1 Democrat since 1892. Well, my neighbors graced me with an opportunity to represent them in the United States House of Representatives. I'm proud of the work we did there together. I worked across the aisle on veterans issues, on agriculture, and on ways to grow rural economies. I learned the art of compromise without compromising my values.
Yeah, it's a good line.
And now, as governor of the great state of Minnesota, I bring those experiences to bear in tackling the challenges that are facing our great state. Minnesota's strength comes from our values, our commitment to working together, to seeing past our differences, to always being willing to lend a helping hand. Those are the same values I learned on the family farm and tried to instill in my students. I took it to Congress and to the state capitol, and now Vice President Harris and I are running to take those very values to the White House.
I'm going to put it back to normal. I forgot I sped it up.
Now, Donald Trump sees the world a little differently than us.
First of all, he doesn't know the first thing about service.
Yep.
He doesn't have time for it because he's too busy serving himself. Again and again and again, Trump weakens our economy to strengthen his own hand.
See, and this is what Joe Biden kept failing on. Joe Biden, rather than starting off with like, oh, here's the here's the things that I have done. It was always about Trump first, and then everything else got lost in that. It was Donald Trump he's a criminal. He's the soul of the nation, Jack. The soul of the nation. Democracy is on the ballot. Like blah 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 blah, and it muddied the message, and it was like, okay, but what the fuck have you done, Joe Biden?
He mocks our laws. He sows chaos and division. And that's to say nothing of his record as president.
He is cooking.
He froze in the face of the COVID crisis. He drove our economy into the ground. And make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump. That's not even counting the crimes he committed.
Yeah, I mean, you guys. I mean, we're so back.
You know, some of us.
Yo, he's a fucking attack dog. He is. And that's what they need. He is an attack dog. He's a very likable guy. He's very charming, but he's also an attack dog. He's not like a Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine in the membrane. He is everything that they need. Only fact, thank you for the 8 months. Legit, thank you for the gifted.
Some of us in here are old enough to remember. I see you down there. I see those old white guys.
Can you say why you think Mark Kelly wasn't chosen? I think the biggest reason was he pissed off unions. Unions were not for Mark Kelly because he voted against he didn't vote against, but he didn't vote for the PRO Act. And since then, since he's been called out for it and criticized, he was like, oh, well, I'll support it now. But at the time he decided not to vote, there were only like 3 Democrats in the Senate who didn't vote, and he was one of them. And he pissed off unions versus Tim Walz. The unions fucking love Tim Walz. Maybe he froze in the face of COVID, but at least he didn't shove a useless vaccine down our throats to put money into the pockets of the rich. Well, all right.
Some of us are old enough to remember.
You know that Trump did take the vaccine. You know that everybody, all the Republicans took the vaccine. So, anyway.
When it was Republicans who were talking about freedom. It turns out now what they meant was the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. In Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and their personal choices that they make.
Yeah.
Even if we wouldn't make the same choice for ourselves, there's a golden rule. Mind your own damn business.
Yes, this is it's simple. It's so simple, and it's so effective, my God. It's so effective.
These guys are after my heart chanting, mind your own damn business. That feels good, so thank you. Look, that includes IVF, and this gets personal for me and my family. When my wife and I decided to have children, we spent years going through infertility treatments. And I remember praying every night for a call for good news.
Are Dems anti-Semitic for supporting a candidate married to a Jewish man but not picking a Jewish guy for VP? Let me ask you a question. Were the Democrats anti-Semitic for conspiring to push out Bernie Sanders by pushing forwards Joe Biden? Do you think they were anti-Semitic then? Because I don't think so. I think that they were disgusting for that. But what I'm trying to point out is that that was about opposing Bernie Sanders' political ideology. And that is why for 2 elections in a row, the Democrats have worked against Bernie Sanders, who is one of the most visibly Jewish members of Congress. And yet with Josh Shapiro, the label of anti-Semitism is being applied because one of the things he was critiqued on was how hard he went after student protesters who were exercising their First Amendment right in protesting him. He likened them to the KKK, and how he volunteered for the IDF. So like taking it a step further from just being pro-Israel, which is the bottom line in our Congress, but actually volunteering for the IDF. And then additional things like the private school vouchers, the sexual harassment lawsuit, his office being responsible for classifying what is clearly a case of a woman who had been murdered, stabbed 20 plus times, and his office ruled that it was a suicide, not a homicide. So there's a lot of reasons why. This is not. I was doing a joke. Reread. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, that is a line of attack that a lot of people are using right now. A lot of liberals are using right now. So I do think it's important to have addressed that again, even though I already addressed it. So I'll just move on.
The pit in my stomach when the phone rang and the agony.
The answer is no. It's not.
So it wasn't by chance that when we welcomed our daughter into the world, we named her Hope. When Vice President and I talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make your own health care decisions. And for our children to be free to go to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classrooms. By the way, as you heard, I was one of the best shots in Congress, but in Minnesota, we believe in the Second Amendment, but we also believe in common sense gun violence laws.
Let's have a shoot-off. It's a shoot-off!
Vice President Harris' idea of freedom is a ticket for education to be that ticket to the middle class, not crippling debt. Air that's clean, water that's pure, communities that are safe. A place where we settle our political differences not through violence, but with our votes. And that's what this election's about. What direction will this country go in? He's not going back. Well, Donald Trump would damn sure take us backwards. Let's be clear about that.
No, go back. No, go back.
And don't believe him when he plays dumb. He knows exactly what Project 2025 will do to restrict our freedoms.
He's doing crowd work.
To rig the economy to help the super rich.
He's doing crowd work.
If Trump gets a chance to return, he's going to pick up exactly where he left off 4 years ago. Only this time, it will be much, much worse. Raising costs on middle-class family. He will repeal the Affordable Care Act, no doubt about it.
He'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And when somebody tells you are, they believe him. He said he'd ban abortion across this country, and he'll do it, whether or not Congress is there or not.
Wait, was it Fox News or who was it? I keep hearing Republicans now trying to use the when somebody tells you who they are, believe them line. I was like, no. You guys don't get to use that. Was it Vance? I can't remember who, let me see. I swear I don't remember who it was. Shapiro? No, I've heard Shapiro quoted as well. Everybody loves to quote that line. Mrs. Gerbil, thank you for the 2 months.
Donald Trump's not fighting for you or your family. He never sat at that kitchen table like the one I grew up at, wondering how we were going to pay the bills. He sat at his country club up in Mar-a-Lago, wondering how he can cut taxes for his rich friends. And I got to tell you, his running mate shares his dangerous and backward agenda for this country.
Yeah, so FYI, he is not reading from a teleprompter. It's been disclosed that he has never read from a teleprompter before. This is off the cuff. This is just him. And my God, that's that coach, man. That is that coach. It is incredible to be on a stage like this with one of the biggest moments, during one of the biggest time periods in modern politics. This moment here is so huge. And to be able to handle this pressure and this, going from obscurity to now you're the fucking vice president pick. That's crazy. Like, that is something that a lot of people can't do that.
J.D. Vance literally wrote the foreword for the architect of the Project 2025 agenda. Like all regular people I grew up with in the heartland, J.D. studied at Yale, had his career funded by Silicon Valley billionaires, and then wrote a bestseller trashing that community. Come on! That's not what middle America is. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy.
Yeah, you want to know who ate up that memoir? Who ate up that memoir? Suburban liberals. Suburban white liberals were the ones who were obsessed with hillbilly elegy, and they ate that shit right up. You know who I saw recently talking about how good that book was? Tommy Vietor of Pod Save America. Oh no, Caroline, you're left. Liberal. This is disturbing. This is disturbing. I am your nightmares. I am your nightmares. This is more disturbing than Daddy Longlegs. When Tommy Vietor interviewed, did I interrupt the punchline? Okay, wait, sorry. I'm sorry. I interrupted the punchline. My God. I'm sorry. Here we go.
And I got to tell you.
Here we go.
I can't wait to debate the guy.
Redo. Leftists can't take jokes. Ruin jokes.
That is if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So, you see what I did there?
Look.
There's no coming back from the couch fucking. There's no coming back. That it was over. It was over the second that it first broke. When AP News put out that piece that said, no, JD Vance did not fuck a couch. And then they retracted it because there's no way of proving that he didn't fuck a couch. And it was done. Coach versus couch. Coach versus couch. Also, that is the most dad thing to do, to be like, do you see what I did there? The most dad thing.
I got to tell you, pointing out just an observation of mine that I made. I just have to say it. You know it, you feel it. These guys are creepy, and yes, just weird as hell. That's what you see. That's what you see.
Weird as hell.
So you know what's out there, so say it with me. We aren't going back. We aren't going back. We are not going back.
No go back. No go back.
So we got 91 days. My God, that's easy. We'll sleep when we're dead. Over those next 91 days,
that's a great line,
and
too.
Every day in the White House, I'll have Vice President Harris's back. Every single day. And we'll have yours. You know how this works. We can't do it alone. We need you, each and every one of you. Go over to KamalaHarris.com, get on board, because we need you. Freedom to make our own choices. This leader, this compassionate, careful, joyous leader believes in each and every one of you. My God, you came here tonight to sit at the very top because
He's
you
young
love
enough.
this country, and you're not going back.
He's young enough to be Biden's and Trump's kid.
She
No, go
believes
back.
in the opportunity for
No,
every
go back.
single person to join the middle class. She believes in the promise of America. We just got to fight. We just got to fight. Because as soon-to-be President Harris says, when we fight, we win. Thank you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Vice President. God bless America.
Man, I mean, he is remarkable. He is remarkable. You want to know what makes him so remarkable? He is a safe choice, but he is very exciting. There's nothing about Tim Walz that is out of the ordinary, and that is what makes him extraordinary. Because we're talking about politics. His being normal makes him stand out. Like, normal is exciting, yes. What I mean by safe choice is he's a white guy, he's a family man, he's straight, he's, his policies are the same as Kamala Harris's. It's not as if he's, it's not as if he's wildly to the left on her. He's from the Midwest. His age, his experience. There's so many things about him that's why you can say he's a safe choice, not taking risks with any of this stuff, but he's still a remarkable pick. He is a very exciting pick. He's a radical leftist if you watch Fox News. Well, everybody's a radical leftist. And his being nice and normal and Mr. John Midwest makes him a standout. Truly. Like, there has not been energy for a ticket. I don't mean a presidential candidate. There hasn't been energy for a ticket like this in a very long time. And it's a combination of factors, being Joe Biden being gone. And so the excitement for Kamala, not necessarily being Kamala herself, but because no Joe Biden, but there is genuine excitement for Tim Walz. Tim Walz doesn't have the Joe Biden's dropping out, and so everyone's just excited that it's not Joe Biden. Tim Walz has generated legitimate excitement for him. His DUI. Well, the thing about his DUI, so first of all, it was in the 90s. Everybody was getting DUIs. If you didn't get a DUI in the 90s, that was more not the norm. Second of all, the majority whip, the Republican majority whip in the Minnesota legislature, he is, he's been arrested twice for suspicions of driving under the influence. He's been arrested twice. Like, if you start doing the whole, this DUI, let's get him on it. Well, first of all, Trump is a felon. Trump is a convicted felon with crimes that are much more severe than a DUI. But also, it's something where if you look at a lot of politicians' lives, look at what, 30 plus years ago, it's probably a lot of them who have something in there. So it's just not like particularly strong, but also what he did after that DUI, he's talked about that he sobered up and now he drinks Diet Mountain Dew and he doesn't drink alcohol, but he also signed a bill. This is 2 years ago. Signed a bill to make it easier for people with criminal records to become licensed in their chosen field. So this bill creates a petition process so that ex-offenders can see if their criminal record would be disqualifying before they invest in any potentially expensive or time-consuming training or coursework. As we know, people with criminal records are repeatedly punished for those criminal records. And when we say criminal record, I think people always think, so serial killers being out on the streets? No, bro. A criminal record could be you shoplifted $5 worth of food from the 7-Eleven, or criminal record could be like this, where you got a DUI, where you got a traffic ticket, unpaid tickets. Yes. But it makes it harder for people to pull themselves out of the cycle of poverty. It makes it harder to be able to have a career in your chosen field. And so this licensing laws are an impasse. They create an impasse for workers with a criminal record being able to move past that criminal record. And it also just creates that, you know, that cycle where repeat offenders come from laws that are designed to keep them from being able to succeed in society. So when you can't succeed, when you can't get a job, when you can't get housing, you know, when you can't get all these things you need, then you're more likely to be a repeat offender. Anyway, so after Tim Walz's DUI, we got Silver, and he passed this law. And he said, an honest living is one of the best ways to prevent reoffending, but sorry, this was not him who was saying this. This is the Legislative Council who said this, but an honest living is one of the best ways to prevent reoffending, but strict occupational licensing requirements make it harder for ex-offenders to find work. This bill will make it easier for Minnesotans who are looking for a fresh start. So that was something where, like, this guy took a thing that, even though I really don't think it's an actual point of attack on him, but they're still trying to use it because they're desperate for anything. But he took this thing that is a negative on his record, let's just say, and he turned it into something that was a positive. The Minnesota Clean Slate Act enabled 500,000 plus people to seal their past arrest records, giving them a second chance too. Like, it's not even a negative. I just mean from a political operative standpoint, you know what I mean? We're like, okay, there's so much good going for this guy. What are things that, because this has been used against him repeatedly. It was used when he ran for Congress. It was used the 2 times that he ran for governor. Like, that would go in the category of negatives, but it's not really, you know, it just doesn't really hold up. And also how he then, you know, the change that he enacted as governor because of having gotten a DUI. This picture is from, it's from the 90s. So he was in his 30s, I think. The one thing that's interesting and what I think is actually a legitimate point of criticism on Tim Walz, but it's one that Republicans won't use, or at least they won't use it in the way that's actually like properly critiquing him. So Tim Walz is the governor of Minnesota, and of course Minneapolis is where the George Floyd protests happen. And do you remember that Tim Walz got hit by Trump and Republicans because he hesitated to bring in the National Guard? He was being pressured to bring in the National Guard, and he hesitated, but then eventually sent the National Guard in. And there were a bunch of progressives who broke with him on this, and how, what was the other? It was George Floyd, and then what was it the next year? I think maybe it was Breonna Taylor. I can't remember the other protest, but it was once again the National Guard had been deployed, and how the National Guard had, the abuse that they showered on press and on protesters. And it's one of those where, deploying the National Guard was it was to the detriment. It was to the detriment of of most of the protesters who were just protesting. They were just out there in the streets protesting. But because the Republicans are pro National Guard, they are pro beating down on protesters and on press. One of the things that progressives have critiqued Tim Walz on is something that they won't critique him on, because that's not actually something that they have a problem with. In fact, they were like, you should have brought the National Guard in earlier. Why did you wait so long? Yeah, the beautiful state of Minnesota burned to the ground. Minnesota no longer exists. I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if you know this, but Minnesota is actually is no longer a state that exists because it was burned to the ground. I live in MPLS. It was wild. There were people from out of state patrolling and setting makeshift explosives in alleys for real. In my opinion, him waiting to suss it out and then calling them in was good. Yeah, I mean, his argument was if the National Guard were really like trained professionals, sure, but they are like, what did he say? He's like, they're 19-year-olds. He's basically saying like a lot of them are kids who don't know shit. I think that's what he was saying. People also tell me Chicago and Portland all the time. Yes, Chicago has also been burned to the ground. Chicago no longer exists. Anyway, for outside of like the culture war BS, the main things that they're going to hit him on is what they're hitting Kamala on, the border, crime. I mean, these are just, if it's kind of amazing that Fox News hosts don't lose their minds because they spend all day, every day, repeating the same things. And it's all falling flat as well. Yeah, it is. But they just keep repeating it. They're like, open borders. They love crime, mutilating children. Fox is trying to pitch WALLZ as a secret Chinese op because he's been there so many times. Yeah, his name is actually Tim. Top Tim. Top. Are you buying this poster? Oh my God. Oh my God. Up. And up. God, this is such Midwest libbed up shit. This was my life. But yeah, Tim is top Tim now. Top WALLZ. Top WALLZ. Top WALLZ. All right, you guys. The liberal queen of Fox News is losing it.
Unions, when all of the labor bosses gave interviews, they liked Tim Walz the best and Andy Bashir from Kentucky. I don't think that's because he's a Jew. I think it's because he wasn't as strong on labor issues. A majority of American Jews
liberal queen.
Are Democrats. And Donald Trump has, I think he called Doug Emhoff a crappy Jew last week. That's hilarious. Jews find that hilarious. Stop talking. It's not funny.
No. Oh my God. Fox cannot help themselves. These guys are like, I'm laughing because just the insanity of being like, you know, Republicans trying to claim anti-Semitism when they are nothing but anti-Semites. Crappy Jew. What does that even mean? Crappy Jew. But it's the way that they can't help themselves from laughing because they think it's funny. They think like calling Doug Emhoff a crappy Jew is funny in a way that like their brains are racist. Like, and she's like, you're proving the point. You're proving the point that this is what the Republican Party is. You guys just love to say awful shit like this and then laugh at it.
You know what it is?
You're going to keep
breaking down over the things that Trump says. That's what I'm saying is funny.
I have had meltdowns, and that was not one of them. But I want to say something about.
She's the liberal queen on Fox News tries so hard to be serious, and she is with such unserious people. These are grade A unserious people.
The Republican Party and Jews. If the Republican Party was such a safe space for them, why are there no Jewish Republican senators? There are 9. They're all Democrats, and Chuck Schumer is a Jew and he's the leader of our party. Don't. There are 26 Congress people who are Jewish, and only 2 of them are Republicans. It's also the Secretary of State, the Secretary of the Treasury.
Oh my God, she turned and said, don't. And they're still laughing. They are still laughing. Bro. Oh my God.
Director of National Intelligence.
Have you ever heard of Stockholm Syndrome?
Yes.
Good. Case closed.
Please say what you're...
Oh my God. Do you know what this scene reminds me of? Wait, let me finish this, and I'll show you what it reminds me of.
Sure that Jewish kids could get into their classes. Yeah. I mean, who was out there moving?
Donald Trump had dinner with Nick Fuentes. Don't give me this.
No, you don't give me this, okay?
And
here's the bottom line.
I give you whatever I want.
Who moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem when Obama said
so are we just a bunch of
Who has Jewish grandkids, Jessica?
Against his will.
He does.
Yeah. Who converted to Judaism?
His daughter?
Judaism?
Yes. If she
Judaism.
She doesn't want to have anything to do with him. She doesn't. They don't want to be in the.
Come on, it's not about that. You know.
Oh my God.
No, you don't know. So
but I know that Ivanka
don't
and Jared.
Presume that you know.
Okay.
Because you don't. Period.
Right. Okay. Well, all the Jewish Americans that vote for Democrats are idiots to you guys. Is that correct?
You said it.
Okay. I'm asking for
Okay. This is.
I thought I told you to turn off your phone.
This is what it reminds me of. It is literally this scene from Zoolander.
Turn off my phone? Turn off my phone?
Yeah.
Earth to Matilda. This phone is as much a part of me as...
You know what? Can we just cut it out with all the Earth twos, please?
We're not actually saying this is the Earth calling you, Matilda.
Yeah, no, I got that. I understand you don't literally mean...
No, I don't think you do. Listen, it's not like we think that we're actually in a control tower trying to reach outer space aliens or something, okay? Hello. Hello. Oh, snap. A joke.
Yeah, Earth to Matilda. Earth to Matilda. Okay, can we stop with the Earth to Matilda stuff? Yeah, that is.
I think you should take it back, but you said.
That is what that reminds me of. Like the 2 of them laughing together when they're both so dumb. Have we covered the Simone Biles versus Michaela Skinner stuff? No, we haven't yet. We have not covered that yet. But the 2 of them laughing and liberal queen trying to have serious analysis, trying to like have serious discourse. It's like, oh, sweet angel, that's not gonna happen. There is no sense. $40? I'm buying it. Harris Walls. Oh my God. This hat is American made, union made. Let's go. Union made hat. Harris and Walls. I'll wear this with my American flag blazer. Love it. Love that. Love that for me. Okay. Let's cover. Well, first of all, we got to talk about the latest. Oh, I never listened to this.
Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to add, because I hope you were going to add that in. The football coach.
Hogan, thank you for the gifted.
Well, thank you.
Were you a position coach, offensive guy?
I was a defensive coordinator.
Okay. What'd you run?
Yeah, we ran a 4-4 where we read guards at the time. I had really good athletes and good linebackers.
How are your corners?
They were good. That was an age when I was coaching that, you know, it was unusual to see a 2,500 to 3,000 yard passer on the other side, but it was starting to come along.
So they were running the ball a lot.
This is what sold. Will Neff is sold. Will Neff is, he's so balls to the walls, coconut pilled.
I appreciate you bringing this up.
These guys were crowding the box, making sure they
That's exactly it. And our guards, you know, because in high school, if you pull a guard, it pretty much know where the ball's going. And if you can teach kids to do that.
like student body rights,
Yeah,
student body
yeah.
left, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone is tuning
Thank you
out.
for not allowing the yearbook to close on this chapter of my life.
I do think it's important.
It is important, and I have to tell people this. So look, I did. 24
They're
years
bringing
in the
football
military. I
back
was
to the White
teaching,
House.
and then I started running for Congress. I'm absolutely convinced, and people have told me this. No, it's because you won that state championship.
Really?
You guys won that. Well, we were 0-27. When I took the job, they said, "Well, we're kind of struggling. We were 0-27." But I had some other coaches I worked with who were great guys, and we said, "This is nonsense. Let's just turn this thing around." 3 years later, state champion. Now they're the state powerhouse.
Football is
You guys went
back,
from
baby.
0-27 to state champs in 3 years.
Yeah.
Who was your steroid guy?
Okay, that's actually insane. I don't know shit about shit when it comes to football. 0-27 to state champs in 3 years. I got to tip my hat to that. I can recognize that that's crazy.
No, we got them
Jesse
in the weight
Ventura?
room. And
No?
no.
Oh.
So
that's
Disney Channel movie. I'm telling you, Disney Channel movie. Before we wrap up WALLZ, bump that motherfucking remix.
99 is a good time. Who the fuck are you? I'm a brat when I'm bumping that. No, I wanna hear my track. Are you bumping that? Till the windows crack, I'll be bumping that. No one ever.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine being WALLZ's kids who are online, who are like on TikTok, and now there's going to be an explosion of fan cams of your dad. Fan cams of your dad.
Go home, don't sleep, don't eat, just do it on repeat. Keep. When I'm in the club, yeah, I'm 365 party girl. Should we do a little key? Should we have a little line on and go for a while? When I'm meet me in the bathroom with you. 365 party girl. French manicure, whipper with a recipe. I look hot when I'm. No, I really don't stop when I'm gonna jump when it drops. When I'm down 999, it's a good time. Who the fuck are you?
Oh my god.
We're back.
Oh my god. All right, let's switch gears. I just want to remind you guys, and I think this is a good tweet that sums it up. We don't need to be so hotly divided between sunny optimism and nihilistic doomerism. WALLZ was the best pick, and it's good news for the left. He was selected. At the same time, we need material changes in policy that will stop the genocide, namely an arms embargo on Israel. I just want to stress that, like, the way that I feel is exactly this. I have excitement. I recognize that WALLZ is significantly a better pick than Josh Shapiro or, some of the others. That there is genuine energy and excitement right now. And I think that we should use that to keep pushing for, material changes in relation to Gaza, to the border. And I think it's something where it's okay as a leftist to feel that crumb of hope right now. And I know not everybody feels that way. I know. And I don't know, man. I think this is one of those things where ultimately there will be a divide on the online left over moments like this, where inevitably you'll have people be like, while all you fools are celebrating Tim Walz, just keep in mind that nothing is going to be done about the genocide in Gaza, or just like these tweets that are condemning any of the excitement that's being experienced by leftists who have not taken the tack of, Israel and Palestine needs to wait because the election is more important. The most important thing is winning. Like, those are different leftists. There's a separation amongst the online left. Okay, we are not a monolith. And I am of the camp that I want to feel excited. I want to feel that crumb of joy, of hope, while also recognizing that now is the time to keep pushing on material changes regarding, regarding the dire situation in Palestine. I'm not of the, well, let's just win and then wait. But I'm also like not of the, no, don't feel any joy, you fool, because, these people are all like, they're all still establishment Dems, blah, blah, blah. I'm losing my mind right now. I'm left, far left, so much pessimism, cynicism, defeatism. It's fucking exhausting. Yes, it is fucking exhausting. It is. And it is easier to choose the path of nihilism. And I think it is presented as, no, I just actually base my politics on, on materialism. But I think a lot of people online are actually just comfortable. I think they're comfortable residing in that nihilism. And, just personally, but also as a streamer, as somebody who talks about these things, I don't think that I'm serving a good purpose if that's the path that I choose. Do you think Harris needs to do a sit down with hard policy questions interview now? I mean, certainly she's going to need to really shore up what her policies are. She's going to have to be very, very clear, and she's going to have to sit down and start doing interviews like that. Yeah, absolutely. Is it realistic to say that WALLZ is a better VP pick than Kamala was 4 years ago? Absolutely. Yes, I agree. Because nihilism doesn't ask you to do anything. You get to be lazy and criticize everyone without being asked to act. Yeah, and again, I recognize that not everybody who is openly stating that they will not be voting for Kamala because it's more of the same. I understand that not all those people are like the online nihilist doomerists that we're talking about here. But yeah, it's just a reminder that moments like these are always going to produce various reactions amongst the left, especially the online left. And I think I don't know. I think it's something where I think it's something where we can and should do both here. I do. I think we can have a little hope while also being grounded in our push for real change. All right. Anyway, let's do Elon Musk stuff. I think it's fine to say the left should remain clear-headed about what is happening. But the problem I have with the online left is that they take moments like this and look down their nose and say, wow, didn't realize you were all liberals. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Look up some water. Okay. So I just have to say, Vivian Musk has single-handedly confirmed what we all know to be true about Elon Musk and has destroyed him in a way that none of us ever could because we're not his kid. So after Elon Musk did the interview where he was talking about the woke mind virus, blah, 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 Vivian finally came out and was like, okay, let's talk about some things. And now she's back again. She is back again. Oh, wait, this is from August. Is this the one that wait, let me find the comments. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Look, I don't know if you genuinely believe this or if you live in your own. Is Grimes her mom? Oh, God, no. No. Grimes is. How old is Grimes? Grimes is 36. Oh, she's older. She's actually older than I thought. But Vivian is 20. Vivian's mom is Justine, who was Elon Musk's first wife. Okay. Look, I don't know if you genuinely believe this or if you live in your own delusional fantasy land, and frankly, I don't care. It seems to me like you're trying to rebuild your brand image as the caring paternal father, which I will not let go unchallenged. If I'm going to be honest, this is absolutely pathetic. You just won't stop lying about me in interviews, books, social media, etc. Thank God you're absolutely terrible at it, because otherwise this would be significantly more difficult. Like neo-Marxist communist who was brainwashed at high school to be trans and think being rich is evil is the best you could go with? Really? Like, really? If you're going to lie about me, why would you choose a method so obnoxious in its stupidity? It's beyond stupid. It's desperate. The fact anyone believed this for even 5 seconds is beyond me. Not to mention going out of your way to misgender me, which is both completely transparent and honestly just sad. This part is so good. I understand your new angle is this Western values Christian family man thing, but it's such a weird choice. You are not a family man. You are a serial adulterer who won't stop fucking lying about your own children. You are not a Christian. As far as I'm aware, you've never stepped foot in a church. You are not some bastion for equality and progress. You called Arabic the language of the enemy when I was 6, have been sued for discrimination multiple times, and are from apartheid South Africa. Whoo! Whoo! Girl! Oh, she's not done. She's still going. You are not saving the planet. You do not give a fuck about climate change, and you're lying about multiplanetary civilization as both an excuse and because you want to seem like the CEO from Ready Player One. Oh! I would mention the birth rate stuff, but I'm not touching that weird 14 words breeder shit with a 10-foot pole. You single-handedly disillusioned me with how gullible we are as a species, because somehow people keep believing you for reasons that continue to evade me. My God. She ended his ass. And the thing is, everything that she said, everything that she said is what we already knew to be true about Elon Musk. But it's the fact that it's his daughter who knows him, you know? She had to spend a part of her life before she, before she disowned him, before she like emancipated herself from him. She had to live with this man. She knows him from a personal level. And it is sad. It is fucking sad. Like, when I say she ended him, it's in a way that Elon like doesn't control the narrative here. This is his daughter taking back the narrative and being like, you are a horrible piece of shit, and I cannot believe that anybody buys what you are selling. But it's also sad because it further reveals what a piece of shit father, but also human being that Elon Musk is. You know? And unfortunately, because, look, a lot of people have shitty dads. A lot of people have shitty dads. But not a lot of people have shitty dads who are billionaires and are using their wealth to actively repress your rights. And going on every bit of media that they can to say these harmful, horrible things about you. You know, like for those of you who have shitty dads, can you imagine your dad having bought like the biggest communication platform in the world and constantly saying these things about you and allowing this hatred to run rampant? That your father bought a website because he so detests who you are as a human being. Like, it is so many layers. It is so many layers of fucked up. And it's just a reminder that Elon Musk believes that he owns his children. And he believes that his children owe him. And it's also a reminder that your parents don't deserve your respect unless they deserve your respect. That just because they're your parents, you don't owe them shit. Especially if your parent is like Elon Musk. Yeah. It is it's oh my God. Elon is really one of those guys where there's nothing to figure out. Like it's all figured out. We already have him figured out, and here's Vivian Musk confirming what we already knew to be true. He's not some mystery, he's not some enigma. He is a hateful person who has a narcissism disorder and who has a ton of wealth to carry out his little bitch boy attitude. And he's a pathetic piece of shit. There's no depth to that hateful piece of shit. Yeah. Really. He's not a cool guy. He's not this hero. He's not a leader. He's a deadbeat dad who cannot stand the fact that his daughter has rejected him because he's such a piece of shit. Not to mention that he was forced to buy the platform because he's so stupid to make a legitimate offer other than say, no, it was just a prank. Elon loves to say stuff and then be like, I didn't mean it. Like, hello, that was a joke. That was a joke. Oh, yeah. Like when he said that he was going to commit $45 million to a Trump super PAC every month. I was like, no, I never said that. Wait, he loves the attention. He loves the attention, the immediate attention that comes from saying stuff like this. He is truly perpetually online. He is brain broken. He is terminally online. The reason shitty people admire Musk is the same reason they admire Trump. He keeps getting away with it, which is what shitty people aspire to do. Well, I think I think it's that they love dudes like Trump and Musk who are extremely wealthy, who have presented themselves as, you know, I did this because I'm such a giga chad. Like, I acquired all this wealth because I am seriously better than everyone. And then when they say things that appeal to people who also are very hateful, it's I'm one of you, right? It's like, you're just like me and I'm just like you. And everyone else is not part of this club. Everyone else is crazy and, you know, they're the problem, but not us. Not in this special club we have here, of which I am the leader. You be the richest person in the world and such a fucking loser. I mean, there are quite a few examples of some of the wealthiest people in the world who are fucking losers. J.K. Rowling being one. J.K. Rowling is one of the wealthiest people in the world, and she is a loser with a capital L. It's actually more rare for like people who are wealthy beyond our imagination to be not losers. She's a moldy loser. You guys, I don't know if you've seen the J.K. Rowling mold. I don't know if you've seen this, but J.K. Rowling posted this photo, or like, I don't know, like whatever. And somebody pointed out, I'm sorry, but is that black mold growing up the walls of her house? And they compared it to like a year or two ago, like what, you know, like seeing her house. And they're like, okay, that looks like mold. That looks like fucking mold. JK molding. JK molding. And then she switched her profile picture. Let me just take this off real quick in case that pulls up something that I don't want it to. Okay, and then she changed her profile picture to this. And then people pointed out that looks like a penis. J.K. Rowling literally always has genitals on her mind. So I believe she changed her profile picture yet again. This is what happens, JK. This is what happens when you are a hateful POS. You will never know peace. You will never know peace. People will point out shit like this and make fun of you for mold. Someone posted this longer picture. You can see it seems to be murals with flowers. I don't care. It looks like mold. And so I'm going to say that it's mold because her brain is filled with mold. Mold on the walls, obsessed with private parts. You know, it actually would make sense. If she's been huffing black mold and it's what's made her so crazy, you know? Harry Potter and the moldy walls. Harry Potter and the black mold. Man. All right. Anyway, what was I going to cover? Elon Musk. Oh, yeah. So this is the story from today. Elon Musk, as he's talked about for a while here, is suing the members of the Global Alliance of Responsible Media, which is a coalition of major advertisers. So basically, advertisers have pulled out of Twitter because it is a website where neo-Nazis and the most hateful assholes in the world are allowed to run freely. Like, truly, you can't put the word cisgender. You'll be flagged for using a slur, but you sure can be a Nazi. And so advertisers, guess what? They don't want to advertise on a website that's got Nazis everywhere. So they have been pulling their advertisement off of Twitter. Don't forget the in the bio. Oh yeah, also a website where like porn bots and crypto bots were filling up the comments. Shocking. So anyway, Elon Musk is bringing a lawsuit against this coalition of major advertisers, claiming that it has violated antitrust laws by coordinating with brands to dissuade them from spending money on the social media platform. He is dumb. He is a dumb person because he is not going to win this. And I think his lawyers told him, you will win this, and are just taking him for his money, which I'm so down with. Take this man's money. Pay that man his money. Take that man's money. Truly. Because guess what? Advertisers have the right to not advertise on a website that violates their, that violates like their guidelines or violates like what the brand stands for. They don't want to be advertising next to that stuff, and so they don't have to. But Elon Musk is code of conduct. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Anyway, the suit filed in federal court in Texas claims that the coalition known as GARM conspired with leading brands, including CVS, Unilever, Mars, and the Danish energy company Ørsted, to collectively withhold billions of dollars in advertising revenue. As in, like, nobody could actually see what was happening on Twitter, and this was some secret conspiracy where they're like, hey guys, we're like, the major advertisers all were on the phone, and they're like, hey, so we don't like Twitter. Like, CVS was like, we don't like Twitter. We don't like Elon Musk, so we're not going to advertise. And like Ørsted was like, oh, okay, but I mean, like, are you sure we should do that? Because I don't think I have a problem with No. We're all going to do this together. We're going to conspire to withhold billions of dollars in advertising revenue because we hate Elon Musk. It says like it's basically saying that these brands didn't make these decisions for themselves based on what fucking trash Twitter is. Him sowing and him reaping. That's what you get, Elon. That is what you get. That is what you get for taking this website and running it into the fucking ground. For turning this into a place where hate is welcomed. Where you can be an evil piece of shit and not get censored. The illegal behavior of these, or wait, actually, let me pull up Linda's video. Here she is.
I was shocked by the evidence uncovered by the House Judiciary Committee that a group of companies organized a systematic illegal boycott against X.
Her necklaces say mama and free speech.
It is just
mama, free
wrong.
Speech.
And that is why we are taking action. Today, we filed an antitrust lawsuit against the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, 4 of its key members, and the World Federation of Advertisers. These organizations targeted our company and you, our users. The evidence and facts are on our side. They conspired to boycott X, which threatens our ability to thrive in the future. That puts your global town square, the one place that you can express yourself freely and openly, at long-term risk. People are hurt.
Let me just pause real quick. Elon Musk is so mad about all the advertisers fleeing X that he's announced he's going to sue Media Matters. And in his statement, he appears to confirm the accuracy of their reports in an attempt to downplay it. The split-second courts open on Monday. X Corp will be filing a thermonuclear lawsuit against Media Matters and all those who colluded in this fraudulent attack on our company. Stand with X to protect free speech. This week, Media Matters for America posted a story that completely misrepresented the real user experience on X in another attempt to undermine freedom of speech and mislead advertisers. Above everything, including profit, X works to protect the public's right to free speech. But for speech to be truly free, we must also have the freedom to see or hear things that some people may consider objectionable. We believe that everyone has the right to make up their own minds about what to read, watch, or listen to because that's the power of free speech. Yeah, and also advertisers are free to not advertise on a website that people are saying what you are calling objectionable and what we would call Nazis. Nazis saying Nazi shit. Despite our clear and consistent position, X has seen a number of attacks from activist groups like Media Matters and legacy media outlets who seek to undermine freedom of expression on our platform because they perceive it as a threat to their ideological narrative and those of their financial supporters. These groups try to use their influence to attack our revenue streams by deceiving advertisers on X. Vorlo, thank you so much for the raid. Create District, thank you for the Prime shot. C Knight, thank you for the 8 months. Sean Lylan, thank you for the 10 months. Stone Solid, thank you for the 4 months. Once they curated their feed, they repeatedly refreshed their timelines to find a rare instance of ads serving next to the content they chose to follow. Our logs indicate that they forced a scenario resulting in 13 times the number of ads compared to the median ads served to an X user. Of the 5.5 billion ad impressions on X that day, less than 50 total ad impressions were served against all the organic content featured in the Media Matters article. For one brand showcased in the article, one of its ads ran adjacent to a post 2 times, and that ad was seen that setting by only 2 users, one of which was the author of the Media Matters article. For another brand showcased in the article, 2 of its Media Matters article also highlights 9 posts they believe should not be allowed on X. Upon evaluation, only one of the 9 organic posts featured in the article violated our content policies, and we've taken action on it under our freedom of speech, not reach enforcement approach. Like, dude, it's not helping. First of all, that you're like, okay, yeah, one of these did violate. But the fact that you're saying that these posts, which are objectively hate speech, don't violate your freedom of speech enforcement approach. He also said, fuck you to the advertisers. Yes, this is a guy who, because, again, Elon Musk loves to talk out of his ass. He thinks that he's a big and tough guy, and he loves to say things because he gets immediate, he gets immediate validation from his sycophants. And so he'll do stuff like that. He'll be like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And then when the advertiser like, okay, then he's like, what, hold on a second. He's a child. Yeah, he told them to fuck off. Here's a summary on all this. X will protect the public's right to free expression. We will not allow agenda-driven activists or even our own profits to deter our vision. That's also not true. It's not free speech on Twitter. It is not free speech. It's free speech for some. Like, if you are defending trans people, okay, if you use the word cisgender, if whatever, it's not free speech for you. But it's free speech if you are a certain kind of person, right? Free speech for Nazis. Everyone has a choice on X. User and brand control on X is superior to a year ago. Data wins over allegations. Media Matters does not reflect the user experience on X. I mean, how many times have people posted and they're like, oh, thank you so much, X. And it will be like some Twitter account that has the N-word in its username, saying hateful shit, and it gets reported. And Twitter's like, yeah, we didn't find anything. We didn't find anything bad. I've tried to say the word Zionist, AIPAC, and other things related to the genocide in Gaza on Twitter. It's either auto-flagged their system or my post was not allowed. Yeah. Or posts getting suppressed. There are Twitter users like Ken Klippenstein and other journalists who have been removed. Z Squirrel got removed. Like, there are Twitter users who have been removed from Twitter, even though we supposedly have free speech on Twitter. Juniper's account got, yes. If you go after Elon Musk and it reaches his attention, likelihood that you'll get banned. Or at least you'll be suppressed. I reported a tweet of someone literally wishing for Israel to nuke Gaza and Hassan, and it came back as no violation. Yeah, we encourage this kind of speech on Twitter. We encourage it. At least we have Catturd, though, right? Oh, thank God. Thank God. We'll always have Catturd. Catturd is one of those accounts that I am genuinely so mad that I have learned about in the last year. There was life before Catturd, and then there was life after Catturd. I don't follow Catturd, but their posts still pop up all the fucking time, and I now know who Catturd is. Saved, I don't know. Great. I'm not even going to explain who Catturd is because just remember there's life before Catturd and there's life after Catturd. And if you're life before Catturd, keep it that way. I straight up was called the F slur the other day. That post is still up. Yeah, it's awesome. It's so sick. I got banned off Twitter. I think it was last year. I'm trying to remember what it was for. It was something related to Lauren Boebert. I had a post about Lauren Boebert and I got banned. D Machine, thank you for the 8 months. As we've seen in some parts of the world, when free expression is taken away, it's very dangerous and hard to get back. That's why the people who came before us fought so hard to protect. Without freedom of speech, we lose the checks and balances critical to a thriving democracy. We must defend our individual rights as if our lives and flourishing society depend on it. If you're really in on protecting free speech, then we all need to protect it completely. Great, I'm in. Sign me up. Sign me up, dude. Oh my gosh. The boys are raiding. Boys raid, boys raid. I saw that they just started streaming, which is so exciting. I can't believe you guys made that plunge. I can't believe that you have decided, they have decided to join the brain broken lot of us. It wasn't enough to just be doing YouTube. They want to go full brain rot. Full brain rot and join the Twitch world. So if you guys don't know, I just got a raid from Boy, and I did a thing, but I think that they are streaming under Boy. I think that's the channel. Yeah, that's the channel name. Anyway, they are super dope Australian dudes, leftist Australian dudes, both Alex times 2. Yeah. And they just started streaming. So, they won't be like me, where I am learning about the internet because I lived under a rock for a lot of my life. They are of the internet, but they are new to streaming, which is always something that is a fun thing to experience for the first time. Now they have been on Hassan's stream a lot, so they get it. They get it enough. And I'm sure they're naturals. I'm sure that they're great. Alexa's a boomer. They once spent an hour learning how to do a poll. Well, I got no room to talk, okay? I have absolutely no room to talk because for the first year and a half of me streaming, my cables were not plugged into my motherboard. So when I would game... Wait, that's right. Isn't that... Somebody in my community correct me. What did I do that was wrong? I can't even remember what it was that I did that was wrong. But basically, I wasn't using my GPU. No, what? Wait a sec. I was plugged into the wrong... I was plugged into the motherboard, not the GPU. Yes, that's right. I was plugged into the motherboard, not the GPU, for like the first year and a half of streaming. And so when I would game, sometimes I'd ask Will, I'd be like, I don't understand why I have this really great PC, but my gaming is kind of shit. Yeah. And it wasn't until one day I was streaming and he was poking around to see what was going on with my cables. And he's like, oh my gosh, wait, you have this accidentally plugged into your motherboard. I go, what? What is that? He's like, wait, it's been like this the whole time? The whole time? The whole time? If anyone can name that movie, you get a gold star. The whole time? The whole time? The whole time? Yes, Mrs. Doubtfire, let's go. Let's go. Is there a clip? I'm sure. I am sure that there are multiple clips of it because it was a pretty iconic moment on the stream. Anyway, welcome in, you guys. I am, if you do not know me, and I'm sure that there are plenty of you who do not know me, I am a Twitch streamer, a Libra, and I cover all variety of news on stream. So right now we're talking about the lawsuit that Elon Musk has filed against the Global Alliance for Responsible Media because advertisers have pulled out of Twitch, and that's because it is now a home for Nazis. Like, oh, so you mean that people don't want to advertise next to someone who's talking about what a great dude Hitler is and how we need to bring back eugenics? What did I say? Twitter? Did I say Twitch? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, you guys know what I meant. Not Twitch. They have pulled out of Twitter. They've pulled out of Twitter. See, this is why I'm like, maybe I should call it X, even though I fucking hate that. Because Twitch and Twitter in my brain, they're too similar. They're too similar. Anyway, this is very stupid. Elon Musk is not going to win this lawsuit. He has no, he doesn't have any ground here. He's trying to claim that they have violated antitrust laws by coordinating and conspiring to rob him of billions of dollars in advertising revenue. And then we were watching this. This is Linda, Mama, Free Speech. I need to get that necklace.
When the marketplace of ideas is constricted, no small group of people should be able to monopolize.
He said it might be Rico. Oh, man. I have a feeling. Okay, can I tell you something? I think that a lot of people learned the word RICO because of Donald Trump. All right. And I'm not saying that like everybody who just learned about RICO is dumb and it's like a bad thing if you don't know what RICO was. But I think people like Elon Musk learned what RICO was, or at least they thought they did, and now apply it to situations that are so not RICO. Yeah, they never grasp what it actually is. They don't know. They don't actually know what it is. They have an idea of what they think it is, and now everything is RICO. I learned it from The Sopranos. I think a lot of people who watch The Sopranos learned it from The Sopranos. But yeah, we have Rico from, the Donald Trump case in Atlanta or in Georgia, and then also the Young Thug trial, where his record company, his record label is being tried under RICO laws. Where'd you learn it from? You know where I think I learned it? I think I learned it from Batman Begins years ago. I honestly think that's my first memory of learning about RICO. Because that's how they get them. And what's the line that wait, is it Batman Begins? No. Wait. No, it's The Dark Knight, isn't it? Or is it Batman Begins? Which one is the one where Rachel's like, oh, we can get him on RICO. Oh my God, that's genius. You're right. I think it is The Dark Knight. Rachel talks about RICO. Charging them Falcone with RICO. It was definitely The Dark Knight. Sorry.
What could you possibly have on all details?
That scared me.
The calculation.
This is the part, I think. Yeah, I know. That's the second one of the night. That's the second one. I'm telling you, it's the transition between YouTube and Twitter clips.
Wait. I won't give you the money, but I...
Look, give us the money and we'll talk about making a deal.
The money.
That you've ration with this.
Yeah, doesn't she go out to talk with Harvey?
No. Okay. Enjoy your time in county, Mr. Lau.
Wait. I won't give you the money.
Yeah,
but
right
I
here.
will give you my clients. All of them.
You were a glorified accountant. What could you possibly have on all of them that we could charge?
I'm good with calculation. I handled all their investments. One big pot.
Got it.
Got it.
1 minute.
RICO.
Yes!
If they pool their money, we can charge them all as one criminal conspiracy. Charge them with what? In a RICO case, if you can charge one of the conspirators with a felony...
You can charge all of them with it. That's great. Yes, I remember this.
Mr. Lau, what kind of details do you have about this communal fund?
You said it.
Immunity, protection, and a chartered plane back to Hong Kong.
After you testify in open court. And I'm just curious, with all your clients locked up, what's going to happen with all that money?
Like I said, I'm good with calculation.
He can't go to county.
All right. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that that's where that's the first time that I learned what RICO law was. If you charge one, you can charge them all. Oh, such an exciting moment.
What gets monetized. This group is no match for the power of our users. All of you, the very same users that have driven usage of X to all-time highs. I joined X because I believe in the power of the global town square. It's users like you, people of all backgrounds and opinions, who make X indispensable.
Bro, also, do you really think that Twitter users give a fuck about advertisers? Like, oh my God, my rights are being violated because I can't see a CVS ad. I'm so pissed off that advertisers aren't advertising on my tweets that I make no money from. No, I'm not seeing ads. My ads. That is what the people care about the most. Make no mistake, okay? It's not healthcare. It's not housing. It's not Palestine. It's being able to see these ads on Twitter, on Twitter.
You deserve an open platform where your views can be expressed without restriction and without fear. To all of you who have been part of this transformative journey that we're on, thank you.
Wait, you thought that
Rest
this was a
assured,
sketch?
X has never been more committed to innovating and expanding all of our global town square.
No, that is not a sketch. That is Linda Yaccarino, who's the CEO. Not a sketch.
Hey,
not a joke.
Everybody.
Hey, everybody. We need you. We need your help. We need money. We are broke. We are poor. Elon Musk is a big dumb idiot. We need you to get involved and say, give us ads or we are going to riot. Yeah. We have been trying to sell your data to these companies, but they are refusing to advertise because of Nazis. Someone made a dystopian edit of this video. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Today, we filed an antitrust lawsuit against the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, 4 of its key members, and the World Federation of Advertisers. These organizations targeted our company and you, our users. The evidence and facts are on our side.
Oh,
they conspired to
my God. This is perfect. It is so perfect.
Our ability to thrive in the future. And that is why.
Oh my gosh. Freedom, liberty, and justice for all. Thank you. It's literally making me excited for Silo Season 2, which comes out in November. With the lawsuit, X effectively declared war on advertisers, which provide the bulk of the social media company's revenues. Since Mr. Musk acquired the company and promised to usher in a new era of unfettered free speech, many advertisers have limited their spending on X, concerned by reports of rising hate speech and misinformation there. By pursuing legal action against GARM, Mr. Musk continued to break with the leaders of other social media companies who have forged close relationships with advertisers. Oh, you mean Mark Zuckerberg is not out here telling advertisers to go fuck themselves? Wow. I'm shocked that Facebook, that Meta has a better relationship with the advertisers. We tried being nice for 2 years and got nothing but empty words. Bro, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. This is from November, you guys. This is from November.
What was that trip like? And obviously, you know that there's a public perception that, and you're clarifying this now.
Also, how up this Chiron here? Musk, anti-Semitism was not my intention.
But there's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
Okay.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
Well, okay. All right. Then they did exactly what you told them to. Don't advertise. Yeah, he's so edgy, man. He really is. He really is the personification of a Reddit post. The way that he has no charm, the way that he thinks that he is dropping a fucking banger, the way that he says things because what do you get on Reddit? What is it called? Reddit Gold? What's like the thing that people like to get on karma? Yeah. He speaks in real life like he is actively trying to get Reddit karma. You can see, look at the way that he says things.
There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
See, like he thinks he's...
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
Yeah. Everything he does, everything he says, everything he does is wanting immediate gratification because Elon Musk stands will go crazy over this stuff. It'll get clipped. Everyone will be talking about it. And he loves that. He is constantly wanting that validation. He wants that Reddit karma. But then it comes back to bite him in the ass because he's a dumbass. And this is why, I never said, I was never said I was going to give $45 million to Trump's super PAC. Oh, I never actually meant that. Oh, I was joking about buying Twitter. That was a joke. I'm not actually going to buy Twitter. No, we've been nothing but nice to the advertisers. We've been nice for 2 years. He thinks he's being cool and edgy like Iron Man telling advertisers to fuck off. I think Elon Musk considers himself to be a Tony Stark. I think in his mind, he is Tony Stark. So blackmail me with money. What? Did you see he wants to remove likes and tweets from replies to tweets? Yeah, because he's been getting ratioed. There are tweets that make fun of Elon Musk do very well. He is such a bitch. What the fuck does blackmail me with money even mean? Look, we wouldn't understand because we're not special geniuses. To the extent that Elon hasn't already burned all bridges and ties with the entire advertising community, I don't see how this will get any advertisers to come back to X, said Ruben Schurz, the chief strategy officer at Ubiquity, a marketing and media consulting firm. It's a last-ditch effort to force brands who don't want to be in the crosshairs of this kind of legal action to return to the platform. He is trying to hold these companies hostage and force them to be on Twitter. Imagine basing your personal, financial, and professional decisions on whether or not teens on Twitter like you. Yeah. Whether or not guys who, always are reading r/Wall Street Bets think that you're a legend. GARM, which represents major brands that are responsible for more than 90% of global advertising spending, encourage advertisers to avoid X after Mr. Musk bought it. In the wake of the takeover, 18 GARM members stopped advertising on the platform altogether. Dozens of others reduced their spending by 70% or more. The effects have been severe. In the second quarter of this year, X earned $114 million in revenue in the United States, a 25% decline from the first quarter, and a 53% decline from the same period the previous year. The company aims to reach $190 million in U.S. revenue during the third quarter, bolstered by advertising associated with the Olympics, football, and political campaigns. But that target would still set X's quarterly earnings at 25% less than they were last year. Because of reduced advertiser spending, X was forced to drop the price of its ads. But even though its ads were inexpensive compared with other social media platforms, advertisers did not come back. In the lawsuit, X argued that advertisers' refusal to return was anti-competitive. By refraining from purchasing advertising from X, boycotting advertisers are foregoing a valuable opportunity to purchase low-priced advertising inventory on a platform with brand safety that meets or exceeds industry standards. It's literally, we made this cheaper because no one is advertising and still nobody took it up. I could see how it would be a violation if they dropped the prices and then advertisers all came back. If it was advertisers all leave, they're forced to drop the prices, and then all the advertisers come back. But they did not come back. They reduced the cost of ads, and the advertisers still didn't come back. Oh my God. Several major brands left X to reduce their spending there after Mr. Musk restored hundreds of banned accounts, and researchers documented a surge in hate speech and misinformation on the platform. To advertisers, the accusations in the lawsuit sound so far-fetched and frankly ridiculous. After Musk's takeover, the company allowed its membership in GARM to lapse, but X recommitted to the coalition in July. Oh, so now you want back? Now you want back in? You guys, it is so Mean Girls. Like, it is just such a high school. This reads like a high school, a high school teen film. X is committed to the safety of our global town square and proud to be part of the GARM community. Rumble, a right-leaning video platform, also filed a lawsuit on Tuesday against GARM and several advertising agencies that had recommended their clients refrain from advertising on the service. So, Elon Musk has also been telling companies like Rumble to file lawsuits. He's like, join me, comrades. Join me. Because Rumble is also a place where being a Nazi is allowed. Like, if you're a Nazi, you can go on Rumble. And so advertisers have also been like, yeah, we're not going to advertise on Rumble. Isn't Rumble what Baked Alaska used? Wasn't he live streaming from Rumble when he was part of the insurrection? I'm assuming so. Let me see. Okay, it says that he live streamed, but what was it on? I know it wasn't Twitch. Yeah, it was. I think it was Rumble. That's what it looks like. Anyway. So Elon Musk is encouraging platforms like Rumble to also file a lawsuit, which they did, but it's for the same reasons. The brand safety standards set by advertisers and their ad agencies should succeed or fail in the marketplace of their own merits and not through the coercive exercise of market power, Rumble said in its complaint. Sorry, but these are private companies. Mr. Musk has long had a tempestuous private and public companies, but they have the right to choose where they advertise or where they don't advertise. Like that is something they are allowed to do. And if there is enough evidence, like there is with Twitter, to show that this is a place where hate speech is all over the place and you don't want your brand associated with that, you do not have to be forced to advertise there. So he's okay with collective action to get his ads back, but is a union buster. Yeah, he's like, let's unionize to sue the shit out of GARM. Mr. Musk has long had a tempestuous relationship with X's advertisers. Yeah, last year he told them to go fuck themselves. Oh, yeah. Remember when he went after Bob Iger? CEO of Disney, which Disney was a major advertiser on X at the time. Iger said that the company's association with Elon Musk and X was not necessarily a positive one for us. I mean, look, like, fuck Bob Iger as well, but this is hilarious. Isn't this what happened with check marks, where Elon and his Sims were convinced that the check mark itself gave accounts authority? Elon seemed to think the problem is that Garm said that Twitter is a bad rather than indicative of actual problems with the site. Yeah. The check marks, Elon Musk took away the check marks with the argument that everybody should be equal on this site, versus check marks being an authentication because people will make fake accounts, which, yeah, they're doing that even more now. But really what it ended up being was, oh, I'm going to make money by selling these check marks, by like presenting this as, here's a way for equality, but also pay me. Love that he made Twitter pay to play and then lost money. In June, Musk appeared on stage at Cannes Lions, an advertising festival, to say that his comments at the Deal Book Conference had been addressed not to advertisers as a whole, but just to those who attempted to interfere with what is allowed on X. You guys, did I not say that Elon speaks out of his ass because he wants immediate gratification? That he says things and then is like, oh shit. Yeah, and his lawyers, the people, his advisors are probably like, Elon, what the fuck? Like, sir, doesn't help your case when you do stuff like this. But his mind is controlled by Reddit karma, baby. Advertisers have a right to appear next to content they find compatible with their brands. What is not cool is insisting that there can be no content that they disagree with on the platform. Musk has made a habit of taking legal action against X's critics, particularly when their critique hurts the company's revenue. Last year, they sued the Center for Countering Digital Hate, which documented a rise of hate speech on the social media platform after Musk's takeover. Everything he does is so bitch made. I forgot about this. He literally sued a nonprofit that had documented the rise of hate speech on X. Mr. Free Speech, do you understand that they're allowed to do that? And they're also correct? Like, they're literally just going off of data. X also sued Media Matters, an advocacy organization, in November after it published research showing that ads on X appeared next to anti-Semitic content. Yeah, that's what's happening. So yeah, if I'm a big old company and I'm advertising my product, do you think that I want it to appear next to something so racist? That's marketing 101, baby. Don't show your ads in the vicinity of something that is not cool, that people aren't going to want to, that you don't want associated with your brand. You mean to tell me that these companies don't want Nazis publicly associated with their brand? Shocking. The lawsuit caused Media Matters to do a bunch of layoffs to fund the defense. Yeah. Elon Musk is a piece of shit. I will say this over and over again. He is such a fucker. He's a motherfucker. The trial is set for 2025. A federal judge dismissed the case against CCDH in March, ruling that the lawsuit was an attempt to penalize the group for speaking negatively about the company and that its work was protected under the law. It's funny that free speech advocates are always the ones who do not understand the law. God damn it. Hold on, let me just fix this cable one more time, please. Hello? Hello. Okay. I think that's good. Yes. Musk also used the courts to stymie his competitors. This week, he revived a lawsuit against OpenAI, claiming that the company and two of its founders breached its founding contract by putting commercial interests ahead of the public good. Musk is the owner of XAI, which makes a competing chatbot called Grok. This is one of those, God damn it, the girls are fighting. And it's hard. I have so many problems with, or so much against Sam Altman and OpenAI, but also Elon Musk. Can this go to the Supreme Court? This will not go to the Supreme Court. Anyway, usually I would speak out against bloodthirsty lawyers who are very clearly taking their clients for a ride, but not when those clients are Elon Musk. Take him for everything that he is worth. Take it all. Okay. We'll cover this story and then do I want to do the Joe Rogan thing? Maybe. Or maybe I'll cover that tomorrow. I don't know. I kind of gotta pee. Kind of gotta go piss, girl. Okay, so if you don't know this drama that's come out of the Olympics, since it's been so dominated by drag queens in the opening ceremony and female boxers being female boxers and punching female boxers, well, Michaela Skinner, who competed at the Tokyo Olympics, I believe, and that was the one where Simone pulled out because she was having mental health problems. I think she was having like anxiety issues. And that is the reason why Michaela Skinner won the silver. Like, make no mistake, Michaela Skinner was able to win the silver at Tokyo because Simone dropped out. So anyway, she posted a video to Instagram on Tuesday calling on Simone Biles to stop her 11.8 million followers from cyberbullying. All right. So normally I'm like pretty against cyberbullying. We've talked about this on the stream. But, oh yeah, also she was Michaela Maroney. She got married. If you don't know Michaela Skinner, you might know Michaela Maroney, which is her maiden name. But there's some important context that's needed here. So we'll get to her video in a second. After winning the team gold medal. Okay, wait. Let me start off with how this all started. So Skinner, who won a silver medal in vault after Biles withdrew from the final, allegedly blocked Biles on social media after she had posted an Instagram story. So this started when Skinner shared her live reactions to the Paris team's selection in a YouTube video that has since been deleted. In the video, I don't know if I could probably find the video, but I'll just read what she said. Wait, is that a different... okay, that's fake news. Michaela Maroney is this one. She's the one with the sassy face. Right? Like, didn't she have that photo with Barack Obama? like this. Yeah, she's the sassy faced meme girl. The not impressed. Yeah. Okay, sorry for dragging her into this. Michaela Maroney, sorry, that was fake news. Michaela versus Michaela. This is bad Michaela. This is bad Michaela. Sorry, my history on female gymnasts has some fake news in it. Okay. So in the video, she said, I feel like the talent and the depth just isn't what it used to be. Obviously, a lot of the girls don't work as hard. Now, was that necessary? Was that necessary, Michaela Skinner? After the team won the gold medal, because again, it takes the team. Simone Biles is the greatest female gymnast, but it takes the team to win the team gold medal. And so Biles posted a photo of the team after they had won a gold medal and captioned it, "Lack of talent, lazy Olympic champions," which obviously alluded to the comments that Skinner had made during the Olympic trials, where she said that a lot of the girls just don't work as hard. What is up with this theme this year of women coming out and saying no one wants to get off their asses and work? No one wants to work. Girlies are lazy. What is this? I thought we were all about girl power. What's going on here? A lot of them don't work as hard. Like, do you know how hard it is to get to the Olympics? Oh, yeah, you do. Because you've been at the Olympics. It is simply not possible to not work hard or as hard and be at the Olympics, especially in gymnastics. It's just not physically possible. Aardvar King, thank you for the 7 months. So after Biles posted this, then allegedly Skinner blocked her on social media, and then that news came out. And so then Skinner posted this.
Hey everyone, I sincerely hope that this topic wouldn't need to be revisited, but unfortunately things have really gotten out of hand lately, and it's one thing to disagree with me regarding something I have said or a point I was trying to make, but it's...
Yeah, interesting. A point you were trying to make, that is the nexus of the problem here. Because the point that you were making was to shit on the girls on the U.S. Olympics team. That is what started all this. My. Well, if it's not the consequences of my actions.
It's something else entirely when that turns into cyberbullying or even worse. Watching people cheer on the bullying, which has led to threats of physical harm to me, my husband, and our daughter, is disgusting. So please,
again, I don't condone this. I think I think people are so out of control with the death threats, okay? Everybody's just handing out death threats these days. However, she does not get to cry victim in this situation because she fucking started this all. She knew what she was doing. And we'll also get to other comments that she's made. She absolutely knew what she was doing. And look, it's the internet, okay? Simone Biles is not responsible for the cyberbullying, the shit that you are receiving now. That is you. You came out and said this. That was so unnecessary. It was cruel, and you knew exactly what you were doing.
At this point, I am just asking for it to just stop for the sake of my family, because enough is enough. So why I'm here, is because about 4 weeks ago, I made a comment about work ethic and what seems to be taking place with the rising generation. To be totally clear, I take 100% responsibility for poorly articulating the point I was trying to make, and the last thing I wanted...
Okay. So it's not that you apologize for this point that you were making. It's that you didn't articulate it in the way that you wanted to. And also, the reason that you're doing this bullshit apology in the first place is because you got called the fuck out by Simone Biles. You never would have even done this if Simone Biles had not fucking owned your ass with her caption. Yeah, I meant to call them lazy, but I meant to say it in a different way. Like, I do, the point still stands that those girls are lazy. They do not have good work ethic, but I just meant to say it with different synonyms.
It was to cause harm or offend our U.S. Olympic team. I know these women are incredible, the very best of the best, and almost all of them are my former teammates who I have enjoyed very much cheering on the last few years. I posted a video apology on Instagram, and I followed up with a written apology, and I sent individual messages to each of the women on the team. Only Simone had responded, and she told me that she was...
Can you see if you can find that original? Oh, you're looking for it. Okay. Yeah, find that original apology video.
Was proud of me. You guys can imagine my surprise last week when I was celebrating our team winning gold, just to see this brought up all over again by a caption on an Instagram post. If Simone truly believes that I called our team lazy and lacking talent,
you
and
did.
If that's really how she feels, I am really
No, you literally did. You literally did. You did. You are gaslighting. I can't believe my words were brought up so long after my words a couple weeks ago. The ability for perpetrators to make themselves the victims. It's astonishing. Like, this is giving white woman tears. I gotta say, it's giving white woman tears. It's giving, I am a victim in this situation, even though I am the one who created this situation.
Heartbroken over it, but not just heartbroken because it isn't how I feel or even what I previously said, but heartbroken because Simone's latest post and others that followed it fueled another wave of hateful comments, DMs, articles, and emails. Hate that includes death threats to me, my family, and even my agent. So my family and my friends don't deserve to be caught in a crossfire here. They've done nothing. So to Simone, I am asking you directly and
this is not Simone's fault,
to please put a stop to this. Please ask your followers to stop. You have been an incredible champion for mental health awareness, and a lot of people need your help now. We've been hurt and
oh my God,
attacked in ways that I am certain
not her bringing in the you're an advocate for mental health awareness.
You never intended. Your performance, the team's performance, and the Olympics in general should be a time that we support one another. And
I'm screaming. I'm literally screaming. What Do you mean, Simone, I know that you didn't intend this, but the Olympics are a time we should support each other. You literally started this by tweeting about the girls' Olympics team. You were not supporting the girls' Olympics team. You did this. You fucking did this. And now you're here with these crocodile tears, with these white lady crocodile tears, making this Simone's responsibility, making this well, I know you probably didn't intend it, but like, as an advocate of mental health awareness, like, I need you to step in here and do the right thing. No.
Lift each other and our country up. I love our country and I love our team. And I hope that we can move on and move forward and cheer on the rest of our teammates and our athletes together.
Oh my God. Is this considered gaslighting? This is gaslighting 101. This is truly, look up the definition of gaslighting. It's this bitch. I love our country and I really just hope that we can like all, be supportive together, like blah, blah, blah. You would not know that she was the one who kicked this all off. I guarantee she's gonna be a right-wing podcaster within 6 months. I'm sure that she can lean into a right-wing arc. While she had noted in her deleted video that BALLZ was an exception to her criticism of the team's work ethic, she nonetheless faced swift backlash for disparaging the dedication, physical appearance, and depth of the rest of the U.S. team. Oh yeah, she wrote that Suni Lee, this is Suni Lee, if you know who Suni Lee is, or if you don't know who she is, this is Suni Lee. Michaela said that Suni Lee did not have a gymnastics body. Like, she's been out here saying shit. She is disparaging their dedication, physical appearance, and depth of the rest of the U.S. team. So save me the crocodile tears. She also said that Safe Sport, an organization established in response to the Larry Nassar sexual abuse scandal to prevent future abuse, was in part to blame for what she viewed as a decline in the coaching quality in the sport. Wow, she has so many great takes. Take after take. Man, she's just fucking nailing it. Here was what she posted on July 6th. Dear Team USA and our gymnastics community, I want to formally apologize to Team USA and to our gymnastics community for my comments during my recent YouTube episodes of the gymnastic Olympic trials. It was not my intention to offend or disrespect any of the athletes or to take away from their hard work. Girl, shut the fuck up. Your hard work and dedication is paid off, and I congratulate each and every one of you. That was literally, then what was your intention? This is always my question, okay? When public figures put out these L-ass apologies, they're like, it was not my intention to offend. Then what was your intention? Because you literally said that these girls don't have the hard work that gymnasts used to have. So what was your intention then? Were you just speaking? Yeah. When I called them lazy fucks, I didn't mean any disrespect. But that's always what it is. It's always, well, that was not my intention. Well, you like, I don't know if people know this, but when you speak, you have an intention in the words that you're saying, okay? Unless you're literally going gloop, 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 boop, 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 boop. But then again, your intention is to say nonsense. Like, words have intent. Like, that's just how it goes. So you cannot say that my intention was not the words that I said. Words mean things, noted. Upon reflection, I was comparing the Marta era to the current era. I am coming to terms that I have not fully dealt with the emotional and verbal abuse I endured under Marta that perhaps led to my hurtful comments. Oh my God. Oh, you're such a bitch. This raggedy bitch. No. I take full responsibility for what I said. I deeply apologize. It's most important to me that the sport I love continue down the path of healing and ensures a positive environment for all. I wish you all the very best in Paris. I will be cheering you all on. Go Team USA! She reminds me of this clip.
I just wish we could all get along like we used to in middle school. I wish that I could bake a cake made out of rainbows and smiles and we'd all eat it, be happy.
She doesn't even go here.
Do you even go to this school?
No. I just have a lot of feelings.
Okay.
Yeah, it's this if the cake baking girl came out and was like, I hate all of you. You're lazy. You know, I'm going to criticize you on your physical appearance. Yeah, this but evil. It's all that. And then like, oh, I just want us to all get along. It's so sad that we can't all get along and lift each other up. And like, that's just what I want. That's just what I want. I can't help it that I'm popular. So just as a reminder, Larry Nassar was convicted in 2018 of molesting hundreds of young girls. BALLZ, who said that she is among the hundreds of survivors of Nassar's abuse, unfollowed Skinner on social media in the days after her original comments. Yeah. So it's not just that she disparaged the team. It's not just that she said the talent and depth just isn't what it used to be. Obviously, a lot of the girls don't work as hard. It was also her coming after Suni Lee's physicality. It was her like denigrating the very important work that Safe Sport is doing so that we don't get another Larry Nassar. Skinner said Monday that she sent personal text messages to current team members before the Olympics apologizing for her comments. Only Simone had responded, and she told me that she was proud of me. If Simone truly believes that I called our team lazy and lacking talent, and if that's how she feels, I'm really heartbroken over it. After BALLZ's Instagram post last week, Skinner reportedly blocked her on social media. Simone's latest post and others that followed it fueled another wave of hateful comments. The caption attracted support from some of the most accomplished U.S. Olympics gymnasts, such as Lee, Michaela Maroney, good Michaela, Lori Hernandez, and Nastia Lukin in the comment section. Yeah, see, girl, nobody's on your side. Ain't nobody on your side, Michaela Skinner. The controversy reached a fever pitch under the spotlight of the Paris Games, but Skinner also faced scrutiny in 2016 for sharing an altered photo of Gabby Douglas that some have described as racist. The edited photo implied that Skinner should have made the 2016 U.S. Olympic team over Douglas, who became the first Black Olympic all-around champion in 2012. So this bitch been a bitch. This bitch been a bitch. She's a nasty piece of shit. Right-wing grift is incoming. I want to find this photo. Let's see. The most hated gymnast in the NCAA. She's from, okay. Let's see. So what's the deal? Why is Michaela Skinner so controversial? In a word, attitude. Despite being an outstanding gymnast, she lacks one key quality that all champion gymnasts must possess: the constant smile required even of athletes being carried off the floor. Take, for example, her widely shared reaction to the 9.925 she received after a hit floor routine during the same meet that viral UCLA star Caitlin Ohashi got the same score with a lacking first pass landing. Yeah, she has no poker face. Then there was the scandalette of 2018 when an improvised salute to teammates in her floor choreography was immediately interpreted as finger guns at a rival squad. All right, I don't really give a fuck about that. I want to find this picture. Retweeted a series of racist emojis. The Gymternet forgave Michaela for racist comments, but refuses to believe a Black American athlete has received racism. Hold on, let me do a little. Michaela Skinner racist post of Gabby Douglas. All right, well, I found this. Oh, I remember this now. I remember this now. She posted this photo with her in place of Gabby Douglas. Michaela's photoshopped in place of Gabby. Note the emojis of a blonde girl and a monkey. Okay, that's what this is. So she retweeted this post, and it's an American flag, a blonde emoji, and then a monkey emoji. Oh my God, dude. Where she is photoshopped in for Gabby Douglas. Okay. This fucking bitch, man. Oh my God. I'm so sorry if I offended anyone, she wrote at the time. I was in the wrong by retweeting that tweet. I'm so grateful to be part of the team. Go USA. In a separate but related controversy, at least one Tumblr user also alleged that the athlete dropped the N-word in a tweet from a prior Twitter account. You're telling me that this girl has used the N-word before? I'm shocked. I'm so shocked. She also was called out for her pandemic behavior, where she was still going out during the lockdown. She was partying. Cool. Yeah. Great. Yeah. This girl sucks. And the only reason she won the silver is because Simone Biles dropped out. She definitely looks like the type to say the N-word on stage at a concert. Yeah, she is the... Post a video of her lip syncing a rap song that has the N-word in it. Wow. Yeah. This is one of those things where genuinely I just don't think Simone Biles should respond. I don't think that Simone Biles owes her a response. And I think that it is the best way to handle this situation is ignore it, is not say anything, because Simone has nothing to do with this. This is her problem. This is her fault. And I think Simone's photo was brilliant. Like, I think that this was a good way of being like, oh, okay, yeah, I heard your fucking comments. I'm not going to let you disparage my girls and me and the team. This has 4.15 million likes. And yeah, that's that. See, you know what, Michaela Skinner? See yourself to where you belong, which is the trash can. But see, that's the kind of drama that I want to be discussing, like actual drama from the Olympics. that I would rather discuss rather than having female boxers be harassed and have to defend themselves. Like, come on. You know, I'm not saying that like Michaela Skinner, you know, she's a horrible person. But as far as drama that has emerged from the Olympics, yeah, there's that drama. And then there's just what has dominated and is just so horrible. What about French pole vaulters losing out on medal because of their equipment being too big? Yeah, the guy whose dick was too big. His dick, he literally got cock blocked from his own cock. His own cock blocked him from winning a medal. Suffering from success. Yeah, he lost, but did he really lose? If ever I have to pole vault and I don't do a good job, I'm going to blame it on having just enormous double Ds. Like, you know what? I can't help it. I just have this voluptuous bosom. Okay, so there is a genre of tweet, and that is well-to-do parent who posts a photo of their child when their child is experiencing like an awful moment, and they use that child for interaction online. So this is the latest one. This guy who, let me just start out by reading his bio to you. I buy real estate and start companies. Owner of Somewhere, Bolt Storage, RE Coseg, Titan Risk, Bold CEO, AdRhino, WebRun, RecruitJet, Spidex. All right, so you're an entrepreneur. You're a business guy. Okay. Posted this photo of his kid, who is fucking adorable, by the way. This child is so cute. This kid saved up all week for an ice cream. Okay. Spent $5. Okay. Dropped it after the 5th lick. Aw. I didn't buy him another one. Okay. Life is hard. He took it well. Oh, you're just an asshole. Oh, you're a fucking asshole. Fuck you. Fuck you. And all of his comments are him like responding to people the same way of like, yep, that's how it goes. That's life. He also lied about the fact that he said that the ice cream place offered his son a fresh ice cream and he turned it down because that's also a lesson in life. And anyway, he posted this photo of his son who's clearly very sad. This is a small child. This is a child who is so new to the world. And keep in mind that the way that children understand adults and the actions and words that adults make, they don't understand it from an adult brain, okay? They don't see what the adult is seeing from the adult point of view. Children see adults through a child's mind. And they don't understand these kinds of things because they're children. But what they do understand is how they feel in that moment. And they understand when an adult is being cruel to them because they are feeling upset. And so they then interpret this as simply, this person is making me sad. And you do enough of that, and guess what happens? Those kids get older and they have resentment for their parents. They don't trust them. They have been deeply hurt by them in ways that no amount of therapy will ever totally get rid of. Like, you might think I'm sounding dramatic here, but this is not teaching a kid a valuable lesson. Because here's the thing. If you want to teach a child the value of hard work, great. That's good. If I ever have kids, I'll teach my kids the value of hard work. So you teach them, hey, I'm going to give you opportunities to make money, okay? If you, if you can get all your toys cleaned up, like super fast, I'll give you 10 cents. Like, if you do little things around the house, we'll keep a chart and you'll earn the money that way. Like, if you help mommy at the grocery store, whatever the fuck it is, okay? Whatever it is. If you go work in the mines, I'm just joking. But you teach a kid hard work. You're earning this money, and then you are going to get a treat afterwards. 10 cents. Look, it's the 1800s, okay? However, there's another lesson here. There's another lesson here that this father is totally failing on. And that lesson is kindness. That lesson is, hey, sometimes you work... sometimes you work really hard. And sometimes you earn that thing that you've worked really hard for. And then sometimes accidents happen. Or sometimes things go wrong and it's no fault of your own. Or even if it is your fault, like even if you caused it, like there is something called empathy. There is something called kindness. And that is an important lesson that his father could have taught him here. But instead, he chose to take a photo of his child and post it online in a way to score points on Twitter and to make himself out to seem to be like, oh yeah, I'm dad of the year. Like, look at how funny this is, but also like I'm correct. It's extremely weird. Imagine your parents in moments like this in your life, where again, this is a child. He has a narrow understanding of things because his brain is developing still, because he is a baby, okay? He is a baby who is new in this world, and he's learning that humans are cruel, basically. He is learning that adults are cruel. That's what he's learning here. But anyway, imagine like those moments in your life where you felt humiliated, where you felt sad, where you were confused, where you were a kid being a kid, experiencing life as a kid, and your parent posted that photo online as a way to be like, ha ha, L, look at how sad my kid is. Look at this lesson that I'm teaching him. He instead chose showing him that people are not compassionate, even his own dad to him. Right. That's the message that's sticking with that kid. Not hard work. Not life is hard. No, I mean, life is hard, sure. But why is it that with kids, this is actually a really, really great quote. The illusions of childhood are necessary experiences. A child should not be denied a balloon just because an adult knows that sooner or later it will burst. That quote is so true and so important for us to remember with kids. Is like, yeah, life is hard. And children will grow up and realize truths about this world that you can't protect them from. And they will, they will learn hard lessons in life because that is what we all learn when we go through life. However, This is cruelty. And this is lacking in compassion. And this is teaching your child from a young age that you get yours and I get mine. Never help people. Never help people because it's their own damn fault if they're struggling. This is a very like rugged individualism mindset. And it is one that does not teach your child to have empathy, to have compassion. Children's brains are wildly different than ours too. Like their brainwaves are different. They're sort of in a dreamlike state up through a certain point, which is why their imaginations can be so real and wild. Yes, and all they understand is how they feel in that moment, and how they, you know, connect that to how they're being treated by an adult like this kid's dad. Not everything has to be a teachable moment, right? It's like this idea that, oh my God, kids are not just allowed to be children because everything's got to be a hard lesson about life. Listen, kid, you have no idea. Yeah. So let them live in that like innocence, and let them live in that childlike, you know, with that childlike wonder. And in that world that only children inhabit, because when you grow up, you are no longer in that world. And for kids who are in a privileged position, like I'm assuming this child is, except for not because he has this father, but I mean, like, this is not a kid who lives in Gaza. This is not a kid whose physical safety is at risk. And I understand that in that situation, parents in a place like Gaza can't protect their children. They can't keep lying to them, right? Because there are bombs that are dropping all around them. There are bombs that have decimated their families. There are bombs that have killed their siblings, that have killed their parents, that have injured them. Like that is a different reality that they live in. But it doesn't mean that that is the standard for how we should be treating children. Of like, yeah, life is hard. People are cruel. If you drop your ice cream, you don't get another one, because when you're an adult and you drop your ice cream, you don't get another one. Well, actually, you can get another one, okay? If you drop your fucking ice cream as an adult, you can get another ice cream. But yeah, probably bottom one right after the image. I mean, look, I hope so, but it doesn't make him any better. Like, it actually makes him almost more of a sick fuck that then he would post this on Twitter purely to score points. Like, it's so weird. I don't think he did buy him another one. This guy doesn't seem like he would do that. Yeah, then he's just lying for weird, sick reasons. I love kids. It's probably because I'm just a little kid in me and I still need to protect them, because I always, till this day, if I lose my inner child, I die. Yes, I also love kids. And I felt after, like, being a nanny and then being a teacher taught me about kids. And it also changed the way that especially being a teacher, changed the way that I approached rewarding kids in class. Because when I was a kid, it would be things like, oh, every kid who gets an A on their test gets to participate in the pizza party, or like every kid who, you know, whatever, passes the challenge gets to do movie day. And I was a very good student. Like, I was always getting the prizes. I was always getting the pizza party. Like, there was nothing that I was missing out on. But when I became a teacher, I realized that like not all kids are equal in their abilities for many reasons, but one being that not all kids come from equal economic backgrounds. And so to teach kids at an early age that you are less than, that you do not get to participate in this fun thing because you are not smart enough, because you did not get an A, that you did not get, whatever it was academically to participate in this. And it was tough because on the one hand, it's, if you're wanting to reward students, you don't want it to be like students who are intentionally fucking around, who are not trying at all, like get rewarded for it. But it's also like, how do I get through to those students? Because if you've ever worked with kids, you know that like when kids perceive, especially at a certain age, if they perceive that they are being punished for things that they, that is not like totally their fault, but also in their minds, they, like they're acting out, that there's problems in their life that's probably not being addressed. And so they are acting out as a result of that. And if you just, continue to shit on those kids and villainize them and make it so that like this idea they have in their head of I'm a bad kid is like, yeah, it's confirmed. The adults in my life, like I'm a bad kid. I am not, there's no hope for me. I don't know. Sorry. I'm kind of going off on a tangent here, but yeah, it was something that I learned when I was working as a teacher of how do I take all this into consideration? How am I firm but fair? And how do I also not like add to a child's trauma or, do the opposite of encouraging a kid, which school is a place where kids should be encouraged. A lot of kids come from homes where they don't have that, and they get to school and it's their behavior often is a result of what's happening at home. And so if school is not a place where, where these kids are receiving encouragement and, being treated in a different way than they're used to being treated outside of school, then it's just more of the same. I had to sit in the hallway during the movie because I failed the multiplication test. I had math trauma for a long time and only just now in college I'm able to work through the anxiety to actually learn it. Yeah. And kids are all different. They really are. They really are. And so I would always try to find ways to like actively encourage everyone to be involved with what we were doing in order to like win a reward for the class as a whole. And it's like, let's all work together so we can earn this prize as a class. And kids are at all different levels of of behavior and of academic ability. Anyway, all right, I'm kind of just going off right now, but that sounds like communism. But it is something where I think we forget to treat children like human beings. I really do. Like human beings who are so fresh and still, still like at the beginning of their lives. And what we do as adults with kids will shape them throughout their lives. It's why like we all remember great teachers we had, but we also remember horrible teachers. And it's why a lot of us have trauma from our parents who have trauma from their parents. Like the most vulnerable that we are is at a young age, when we are vulnerable because we are at, like, we are being molded and shaped by the people around us who are responsible for keeping us alive. He's also going against what would really happen to him as an adult, because 9 times out of 10, the adult will be offered a free new ice cream. So he just, that's what I said. Or also, like, an adult could buy a new ice cream. So the message here is so fucking stupid in the first place. Terry, thank you for the 8 months. Sutternaut, thank you for the 21 months. Grain, thank you for the tier 1. Pay your fees, thank you for the 5 months. Sheep Shaman, thank you for the prime. I just am someone who, I'm a childless spinster. But I feel very passionately about treating children with respect and understanding that we can cause irreparable damage to them, and how, as adults, like, the reason that we are all damaged is from trauma that goes back to our childhoods, because that is such a vulnerable, vital period of our development. And it's not to say that, like, look, living life brings trauma, okay? Life, like, being alive is traumatizing. It's great sometimes, but it's just inherently has trauma. But it's a way to, like, not actively add onto the trauma and pain that children will surely experience when they get older because of the realities of this world. It says a lot when people who don't have children have more compassion for kids than their own parents. Yeah, I get really angry at stuff like this. And I'm so sick. I am so sick of fucking assholes like Nick Huber at Sweaty Startup. That's his stream. That's his Twitch name. Oh, Jesus Christ, Twitter name. I am sick of them using their children for content, because that's what this is. And my thinking is, I'm sure Nick Huber would do this anyway, but is there something that's pushing him especially to do this because of social media? Because then you run to social media and go, he, look at this. Here's a picture of my son really upset. But them's is the way that it goes. Them's is life. In the end, this dude took a small mistake and decided to make the experience 10 times worse for the kid. And these people wonder why kids growing up in the digital age are growing up to hate their fucking parents. Because they're growing up and seeing all this shit. And they're like, wow, I had no right to my privacy. Everything in my life, you just posted online. For what? If you're exploiting your child's bad experiences for social media scores, you're objectively a bad parent. Yeah. Were my parents perfect? No. My parents were not perfect, okay? I got some notes, but my parents are not social media people. Now, granted, when I was growing up, social media wasn't a thing. But my parents don't use social media now, and they hate this shit. So I'd like to believe that if I were a kid in today's age, my parents would not be posting humiliating, devastating moments from my childhood online for points. It's because a lot of childless people see children as their own person, but a lot of parents see children as their property. Yeah, I mean, it goes back to our conversation on Elon Musk, who is a representative of a lot of parents who believe that their children owe them simply for the fact that they gave them life. that they own their children and that their parents, that their children owe them. Small compliment for a kid goes a long way. I never did my homework, but in middle school, I had a math teacher who told me that I was good at math. And during middle school, I really did try. And through effort, I won math competition twice. Never put effort after that, but I'm still fairly good at math. What I learned as a teacher is that if I took the time to compliment kids, and if I took the time to like, especially take care of the kids who were not naturally good at school, and, you know, not just not naturally good, because there are kids who are not naturally good but try very hard, and kids who are not naturally good and don't try. And rather than be like, oh, well, that wasn't me when I was a student, which is how I felt in the beginning. Don't get me wrong. Like my little students who reminded me of me when I was a student, I would like probably very clearly favored them. And then I learned, and I'd like to think that I got better as a teacher. But anyway, what did you teach? I was an elementary school substitute teacher for LAUSD. So I taught K through 5. I did a bunch of long-term sub assignments where I would be with a class for a couple months. The last year that I taught, I helped the 5th grade class graduate because their teacher got cancer. And so I filled in for her, and I got them through their graduation ceremony and like their concert and yada, yada. But it was something where I would see these kids when I would give them a moment, when I would just like not treat them the way that most adults in their lives probably treat them. And I'm telling you, I saw they were responsive to that. I would see them respond to that. And I would like, I'm not saying that just, you know, oh, I fixed all the problems here. But it was just I can be an adult. I can be an adult who has influence on them, who shows that I care about them. You know, if there's no one else in their life, let me be the one adult who is taking a moment to, you know, to show that I believe in you, that I care about you. I know it sounds corny. I know it sounds corny. But it's something where genuinely that was so important, and that was so important, and I would see when it would make a difference, at least like a difference in, you know, in that day, in maybe that week. I don't know. My former best friend in high school is a teacher now, and the last time we talked, she just complained about being given all the problem kids. We don't talk anymore because it was legitimately horrifying to me the way she spoke about literal 8-year-olds. Yeah, that is really sad. Like, imagine being a kid and knowing that you're a problem kid, that no teacher wants you because you're a problem kid. And don't get me wrong, and I've had this experience, it is mentally and physically exhausting when you have students who are, you know, who would be labeled as a problem kid. Like, it is very, very taxing as an educator, but it is something where if you just give up immediately because these are problem kids, if you totally dismiss them, then there is no chance that they're going to progress. Like, there's no shot then. And there are some kids who nothing that I could do or would do would work. But there's other things that, like, kids don't all learn the same way, right? Like, I was a bookworm, okay? I was very studious, but I have realized that not all kids learn that way. Not all kids have the same strengths. Not all kids, like, education is not a one size fits all. And I think things have gotten better since when I was in school, where there are different, you know, there's like assistants, there are different methods of teaching. There are, you know, there is this understanding that education is not a one size fits all, but it still is something where when you're in a public school and you have a classroom of 20 kids, those kids who are problem kids, there's just not time and resources and energy that can be dedicated to all of them. Like it is, the problem kids need more attention, not less attention. And they dump all the problem kids on the strict teachers. Yeah, like I remember I would have teachers would be like, teachers would tell me, because I was a substitute, they would tell me about the problem kids. They'd be like, okay, so Jack is, you're going to have issues with him, blah, blah, blah. Just send him to my class if you do. It was a way of them being like, I'll deal with this because you're a sub. You shouldn't have to deal with this. Use it as a threat too, because I'm super, like, I'm a bitch. Like all these kids are scared of me type of thing. I had a teacher that used to bring all the kids who were failing the class to the front and publicly scold them. Yeah. That's never gonna be a good tactic. that is not a good way to do things. Wasn't your roommate a problem kid? You referring to Will Neff? Yeah, Will Neff was considered a problem kid. His teachers also labeled him with the R word. This was back in the early 90s. So, I mean, they use that word in 2024. But his problem was that he had severe ADHD. And at the time, he was not medicated because that was not something that, we had an understanding of. So Will was, he was deemed a problem kid. And I've told this story a million times. But it scarred him. Like, he has residual trauma from when he was a young lad in school and he couldn't spell. Like, Will's a very, very smart person, one of the smartest people I know. But he's dyslexic and he has ADHD. And one thing that he just, for the life of him, cannot do. Like, if there's a gun to my head and he has to pass a spelling test, I'm dead. Like, I'm not making it. He can't spell. But when he was a kid, it was something that he was, it had a disastrous effect on him from his parents to his teachers. And it forever altered his relationship with school. And eventually he got put on ADHD medication. He took so much medication. Like, it was way too much. They had him cracked out. He was like basically on meth. And they kept moving him from class levels. First he was in regular classes and they put him in special needs classes. And then he got on this medication and they put him in advanced classes. And then they finally just dropped him back down to like the regular level. But it was very traumatizing. Yeah. It was extremely traumatizing. I had a vice principal that had a school-wide auditorium to threaten us to narc on problem kids. We resisted and had solidarity. Let's go. Love that solidarity. I had a student in 2019 whose mom refused to treat his ADHD. This 8-year-old would be manic, not having slept for 30 hours, and then they expect him to learn. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oof. Anyway, I was certainly not perfect as a teacher, and I have so much respect for teachers because it is a very tough job. It is very tough. Aside from just the parts where you're teaching kids, dealing with the parents. Oh my God. In one way, kids whose parents were not involved, it was like, okay, this is to their detriment, but also I don't have to deal with these fucking parents. How were you as a student? I was a very good student. I was an excellent student. In fact, you guys, when I got to 8th grade, I was kind of, I didn't experience a rebellious period at all, but I was like, I am such a good student. Like, I don't cause trouble. I'm a perfect student. And so there was like this weird part of me that I've never gotten a detention. I've never gotten in trouble. So I decided to create a slingshot. I think I like had a rubber band, and I was sitting by the window, and I shot a pen out the window with this rubber band. And I think my teacher gave me a warning. Actually, there's only one other time that I got in trouble, and I'll tell you guys that one. But this was years after that happened. But my teacher gave me a warning, and I did it again. And I got a detention. That was my crime arc. I got a detention in 8th grade. I was like, okay, I got a detention. All right, done. The other time was in 1st grade when I had this obsession over lip smackers chapstick. They had a bunch of different flavors. And in 1st grade, I was kind of running a lip smackers, like an underground lip smackers like ring, I would say, where I was like facilitating trading of lip smackers and like a black market. Yeah. Where, you know, lip smackers were such a hot commodity, and I wanted all of them. I was Quan the Don. Yeah, I was the cartel. And my 1st grade teacher told me that I had to stop. That she was like, you can't be running this lip smackers black market, you know, cartel ring, whatever the hell this is. And I kept going, and so I got in trouble. And that's my story. that's the story. Otherwise didn't really do anything until senior year of high school. After school had ended, and my theater friends and I decided that we were going to throw spaghetti at the school. We're like, we're going to do a prank. School is out of session. We had graduated. We're like, let's do a prank. So we made a bunch of spaghetti at my friend's house, and it was a group of us. And we're like, oh my God, this is so exciting. Haha. We're rebels. We get to the school, and literally everyone drops out. They're all like, no, I can't do it. My friend Daniel was like, oh no, I can't. We're not really doing this. No, I'm not doing it. And ran away. So I had all this spaghetti. And I was like, well, Jesus Christ, I thought we had this plan. I thought we had a plan. So I took like a meatball and basically threw a meatball at the school. And that was it. That was our prank. That was the fucking prank. Yep. And then we got the hell out of there. My teenage crime arc was peeling the barcode sticker off of dollar cups at Walmart and sticking them to boxes of Magic the Gathering cards and going through self-checkout and paying $10 for $500 worth of Magic cards. Kind of smart. Kind of brilliant. It's so funny hearing this and then remembering that one time you threw down at the club. Yeah, I think I've always been someone who I don't go looking for trouble. Okay? Like when I was a kid and then when I got older, I was not somebody who wanted to just cause trouble for the sake of causing trouble. But I was somebody who always felt like I had to stand up against injustice. However I perceived that injustice to be. And so as I got older and as my like fighting strangers arc happened, it was within that mindset of I am standing up for people. I am Batman. But yeah, when I was younger, it was something where I was not a confrontational person in that I didn't like drama. I was terrified of people being angry at me. But I do think I developed this sense of I will stand up for people if I perceive an injustice. And a perfect example of this is when I was in high school, my sister Jen, who's the middle sister, I hated Jen. Jen and I did not get along. She drove me insane. When we were in high school, I was a senior, she was a freshman, and I was basically like, don't get in my fucking way, all right? I'm doing my thing here. I'm ruling this school. Don't get in my way. Little sis. And like we had a very contentious relationship. And anyway, one day, my best friend, one of my best friends, I don't know what happened, but she started bitching out my sister Jen, and she was being very cruel. And she kind of turned to me in a way of like, yeah, I mean, we don't like, Jen's annoying, so it doesn't matter. And I got so mad, and I called my friend. I was like, don't you ever talk to my sister that way. It was basically, I can talk to my sister that way, but don't you ever fucking talk to my sister that way. How dare you? You apologize right now. So it was kind of this like wacko sense of justice where I will be a bitch to my sister, but you do not ever talk to my sister that way. Yeah, only I can hurt or shit talk my sibling. Them's the rules. Them's the rules, okay? Just how I would treat your siblings who you are mean to. I would never do that to them. Them's is literally the rules. Cadet Leaps, thank you for the 3 months. I was evil to my sister, but someone called her fat and I went off on her, Madge. Yeah, I have this, I've always had this like protectiveness over my siblings, even when I was younger, and I was such a dick. Like I was a dick to my siblings when I was younger. But I did always feel this protectiveness over them too, where if other people were being dicks to them, then that would not stand. And I am the sibling in my family who my siblings will all point to and be like, if we ever needed someone to go to bat for us, whether verbally or physically, Caroline is that sibling. No one fucks with your siblings except you. I think that's an unwritten rule. Yes, I agree. I didn't get along great with my little brother, but some kid in my grade shot him with a BB gun. No. So I fought him at school the next day. Yeah, that's how it goes. You're like, I fucking hate my little brother in the way that like siblings will hate each other, but I'm going to beat the shit out of you because you hurt my brother. I believe in siblings' rights and strangers' wrongs when it comes to bullying. Hey, that's my sister. If anyone's going to be mean to her, it's going to be me. It's going to be me. Yeah, you will not say that to my sibling, you bitch. You bitch. Oh, man. Well, look. I just want, going back to this post, I just want people to stop doing this. Stop like treating kids this way, and also stop fucking posting this online, or else you deserve for your kids to hate you. But also, I don't want that for your kids. Like those of you in here who don't have a relationship with your parents, who hate your parents, I don't want that for you. And I know that that's not what you would have chosen, but parents do things that leave you with no other path, So for this little kid, this little cutie pie, I just hope that that's not what happens with him. And I also hope that he doesn't grow up to be a dick like his father. I hope he doesn't turn around and take the bad that his father taught him and teach that to his kids, because that is how we get cycles of this shit. The reason that our parents have trauma is because their parents have trauma, and because their parents inflicted shit upon their kids, who then grew up and became parents and did the same shit. Because a lot of people become their parents. As much as when you're younger, you're like, oh my God, fuck them. I'm never going to be you. I'm never going to do this shit to my kids. Well, sometimes they grow up and they are the exact same way. Aware Don Jr. Yeah. Don Jr. Oh boy. At some point the cycle has to end. Yeah. And if you are a parent, or if you are going to be, one day going to be a parent, you don't have to do what your parents did. You don't have to, unless there's like good things that your parents did that you really love. But there are things about us that will never be able to disconnect from our parents, how we were raised. But it is something where you can make those choices for yourself. Yeah, you think you fell out of a coconut tree? You can make those choices if you have kids, and recognize, like, and remember how you felt as a kid. And look, we're all working to make this world better for kids, okay? It's the seed, old men plant, sit in the shade of whatever. It's that quote. It's the seeds and trees and shade quote that we're always quoting. And I'm sure someone will put the exact quote in here because I'm fucking that up. But that is the idea here. Gaston can't ever get the quote right. It's one of those where you understand the gist of it and you're like, I cannot say these words correctly. I know what this quote means. This quote means that, like, we are planting seeds so that the trees that grow from them, like it's shade for these for the younger generations to sit under. Old man plant seeds that the next generation can sit in the shade of, or something. Yes. And they've got to be coconut trees. They've got to be seeds for coconut trees. But that is the idea, is that we are working to make this world better for children. And it should not just be, oh, you're born, life is hard, and then you die. Life is terrible, and then you die. So let me teach it to you now, because that's what I learned. And that's what your grandpappy and grandmommy learned. And that's how it goes, kid. And I also saw another quote in the comments here where, what is it? I think it was a C.S. Lewis comment. Lost Dog, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, yes, here it is. I love this quote by C.S. Lewis. Thank you so much, Lost Dog. Welcome in, you guys. C.S. Lewis wrote, since it is so likely that children will meet cruel enemies, let them at least have heard of brave knights and heroic courage. Otherwise, you are making their destiny not brighter, but darker. I love this quote. I love this quote so much. And I know, like, some of you are probably going, okay, you're doing too much. Like, I get that dad was an asshole, but now you've been talking about this for an hour and a half. But it's more than just that dad. It's more than just that post. It is this, it's this fundamental belief of how we should treat children and how we should prepare them for a world that is cruel. Because ironically, a lot of the adults who do this whole life is hard, then you die, grow the fuck up type stuff are cruel adults. Like they are ones who are adding to this cruelty that, makes up a world that their children will grow up and become aware of. And it's why stories with knights and heroism and courage are important for kids, because that is the lesson that you learn, is that life is cruel, but you don't have to be cruel. You can choose compassion. You can choose empathy. You can be a hero in the story here. Because otherwise then there is no light. It is just darkness. And there's a middle ground with the tough love technique. Absolutely. Absolutely. And as I said, you want to teach your kid hard work, the value of hard work. Great. I love that. But you also got to teach your kids compassion and empathy and kindness. And that was a lesson there that father fucking dropped the ball on, because he's a piece of shit. Anyway, sorry, I meant to say, if you don't follow Lost Dog is wonderful. And I met Lost Dog when we were doing Rust together, and Lost Dog was one of my favorite parts of Rust, and was very welcoming to me. And she is just so lovely and a very great gamer. And then I wanted to read this quote here. A child doesn't measure a parent by adult rules. He measures him by childish rules. He measures him by his response to the child's need of the minute. The father may be planning great things for the son. He may work hard to have enough money to send the son to Harvard, only to have the son leave high school partially because of the often absent parent. Frank was aware of the terrible human failing, the lack of communication from one generation to another. And it's a reminder that children can't look ahead, right? They can't see things that you as an adult see. And they measure, they measure life by what's happening in that moment. They are very, what's the word? They are reactionary. No, but like that's how kids are, right? Like everything is super elevated. But it's also something where they feel it so strongly. They feel it so strongly in that moment because that's like their whole world, because they're still young. Their brains are developing. It doesn't work in the way that, they don't understand things in the way that adults do. So Republicans are children. Yes. That's why when adults act like children, we say that they are acting like children. When adults act in a way, that demonstrates that they do not have a fully developed brain yet, that they are being childish. I don't even understand what adults do. True. Anyway, you guys, I just realized it is 1:00. Holy shit. I forgot I started the stream late. I forgot I started at 6:30, and I have been talking for a very long time. Been nonstop talking. I didn't realize it's late. So I think I'm going to call it there. I'm so sorry. I did want to get to some gaming, but the VP news took up a lot of the stream, and then just more chit-chatting. So I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back, more my regular time. And I will get back to gaming tomorrow. I think Thursday we're either doing the yarn or Sam and I are going to do Portal 2, one or the other. But we were thinking that for Thursday. Cool. Okay, great. Great, great, great. Excellent, excellent. Listen, y'all, thanks for joining me. As always, be kind to one another. It's corny, but it's true. Be kind to one another. Be kind to yourselves. Allow yourself to feel some hope in this moment from the news today. And yeah, I hope you... Wait, Will's not even streaming? This mofo must be gaming off stream. He's gaming off stream. All right, well, I'm going to send you all over. I'm going to send you guys over to... Who have I not rated in a while? Eyes are open. I'm going to send you to VO. VO is streaming. VO is live. It is late at night and VO is live. Hokey dokey. VO's doing some demonologist, I think. Thanks for the stream, Caro. You're so welcome. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for always being here, being a part of these conversations. And I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is a new day. It is a new day, just like every day. Every day is another day. Every day is another day. Tomorrow is a new day. And it's time for us to become unburdened by what has been with tomorrow, which is a different day. Because it's tomorrow. All right, good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow, which is a different day.